to use as labor, SG. From labor, we use the reality. The workers who are too discouraged to actively search for employment opportunities. Now, as we speak, using the expanded definition, we're talking about 11 point. In the last decade, unemployment increased significantly. By the narrow definition, unemployment has increased from 5 million people in 2013 to 7.8 million in 2019. That's not a good story to tell. The latest quarter of 2023 statistics tell us that we have an 8.7 million young people who are not in employment, education, or training. Don't tell me that this is normality. This is a disaster in a true meaning of what you call a disaster. Now, there's something I want to throw as a statistics that says the GDP per capita has declined in the US dollar terms over the last decade from $8,700 in 2011 to 6,800 rather in 2022. Now we must have a discussion about poverty in the context of your presentation, sir. What is this poverty when in the totality of the picture, the wealth of every individual has declined over the past 10 years? And I have a big debate with some people who are saying they are revolutionaries all of a sudden, but we're driving this ship that has produced this result. The levels of poverty in South Africa, we must talk about this upper bound and lower bound poverty in the context of our reality, and I don't have time to unpack this. But if in South Africa, according to the Pietermaritzburg economic study that produces and traces the food prices every year for us, tells us that you will need a 5,277 rands to put a plate of food for a family of 4. And that does not account for the money you need to take your kids to school, to yourself go to school, and or to even go watch the derby over the weekend. It's just for food. If you need 5,277, how many of the families in the working class black communities do have that money today? Let me speak about another measure, the inequality. We are the most unequal society in the world. 10% of our population occupies or owns wealth that is 90% of the wealth. Another statistic says, how many minutes? Oh, they're saying I'm done. But I wanted to say the 1% of the population owns 45% of the wealth of the country. 1%. That's what you always quote, Sanke. I'm not going to speak about the disaster of the austerity programs that are making this disaster even worse, but just one point that I want to say, Professor. In our view, dear ministers, DGs, friends, comrades, as long as we are not confronting what we inherited from the apartheid colonial era, which is an economy by design meant to reproduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality, we're going to go nowhere. Our economy can be attractive for one that is wealthy. But if you are poor, it will impoverish you even further. That's the nature of the capitalist system we have in our country. And that system has been allowed to deepen, to develop even further over the past 30 years. And that's why our main demand from the SAFTO and the rest of the labor movement is, number one, overall the structure of the economy to rid itself of all of the vestiges of racism, colonialism that continue to shape the economy. The validity of our critique has been acknowledged by the president when he was addressing the editors, that unless we take the structural fault lines of the colonial apartheid economy, we will be here, or our children will be here 30 years down the line, talking about youth unemployment that is producing all of the social ills we have no time to talk about today. Thank you very much.
DG, I'm hoping that the portal where the speeches that were prepared, people can be able to access, because I think there are valid points that have not been ventilated. I'm now going to go straight to questions, and I'm going to now appeal that we cooperate with each other. So 4 questions. I'm going to move through the rows, right? Okay, this side, I see a hand behind the lady that's walking there. Can you start? Yes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Nicolene Trom from Ngabantu Foundation.
Ma'am, will you raise your voice slightly?
My name is Nicolene Trom from Ngabantu Foundation. The question that I have is based on the presentations that were given from the first speaker, the States General, that there's a notion that has been coming out from most of the panel speakers that they talk about the progress of the country. And it is difficult to see that progress in the country when you are faced with reality that is crippling the existence of the masses. What makes me to say that is that when you spoke of the factors growing the economy, you left out the mining, which is the backbone of Africa, the mining that has built Britain but impoverished Africa. Right now, the government does not have the stats, does not have the strategy to ensure that mining builds our economy in the country. And you spoke about education. The Department of Education has turned a blind eye to the high rate of school dropout from age 11. So if that high rate is not, if they're not doing anything about that right now, which means the future of South Africa is totally black. It is totally cursed, because the education, as you had been saying, it will be building the economy. And you talk about employment.
I am going to request
the last one. You talk of employment. It is a well-known fact that employment in this country, you need to have someone that you know. If you do not have someone that you know, the employment in this country, you will not see. And if you don't know, as a woman, you're supposed to be giving favors. And if you can't give favors, they will tell you straight up front that morals do not pay the bills. So these are the problems that we're having and facing in the country.
Okay. Now that's fine. So that was a comment. I'm really looking for questions at this point. Please work with me. I'm going to give you a chance to make comments. Work with me. I'm looking for questions. Don't preface the question. Just ask the question directly so that we can get as many people to ask and get them answered. Ma'am. The mic is coming to you.
My name is Kensani Mukoki. I'm a recent past president of the Society for Private Nurse Practitioners. My question is to Mr. Matabane, in what way can the nurses in private practice be empowered and supported to continue with the employment that is already in place so that they can be able to even employ more? Because we have about 2,000 nurses in private practice who have employed at least 2 people each minimum, including themselves. And that has reduced the workload from the local clinics, which are already overburdened. And in that way, it means about 6,000 people have been removed from the grants. So how can they be empowered? How can they be supported?
Okay. So that's a question for Mr. Mataban. Can I see a hand this side? Yes, sir. Under the light there. Yes, I can see you.
Me?
No, there. I'm pointing. I know you have been standing on the mic, but I'm pointing at the person there.
Good day. My name is Musa Makusha from the Black Lawyers Association Student Chapter Vets
Black
branch.
Lawyers Association. Speak loudly, but ask the question, not a comment, please.
Yes, I'll ask a question. There seems to be a notion of mutual exclusivity between the right to education and the right to work. Given the stats that the Statistician General gave, matric numbers have increased, but employment has increased as well. Make it make sense. The discrepancies that one of the members or one of the panelists have actually mentioned, CPI and everything that has to go with unemployment doesn't make sense. So I want to know that as a black man, as a young black man who's in a tertiary institution, is it actually worth going to school knowing that after I leave my tertiary institution that I won't have work? Because as a Statistician General said, there's been a high number of matric students, but it doesn't make sense to why the employment is so low. So I want to know whether there's the right to education and the right to work are mutually exclusive. Does it make sense? Are they in collaboration with one another? If not, then I should know right now that I should have no use in going to tertiary. That's my question. Thank you.
Can I get at the back there? You are already on the mic. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Cedric Sibisi.
Cedric Sibisi.
A South African citizen. I'm involved with the Men's Forum in Ekurhuleni, and I'm the chairperson of Men's Forum under Social Development at Ekurhuleni. So my question is based on a language that we speak as an official language in South Africa. For now, as I'm standing here, I have to speak in English. The language that they use to come to South Africa and Africa in general to come and capture our South Africa and our Africa. So now my question is, are we struggling or are we failing to recognize that the language that we are speaking now is the very same language of the oppressors that we should not have, that we should not be using today, because the very same kingdom that came and took our and took our land from all over Africa is still exists even today. The kingdom of Britain or England. I'm not sure how you call it, but we are saying it is difficult for us as South Africans to speak our own language in parliament, in schools, in businesses, because we have to develop our own languages. But when you look back, we did not have a problem with with communicating in our own languages, doing businesses in our own languages, running government in our own ways, in our own languages. So I want to know if we are failing to make sure that we push the agenda to do away with this language, because if I speak English, I don't feel good.
I think your question is heard, sir. It's about language, please. So there are last two people, which is the lady here and the lady at the corner there. So you go on what call, I'm gonna give, once they answer, I'm gonna give you a chance to make comments because I can see people wants to make comments. Ma'am, and the lady there. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Angelina Nyandeni. I'm from the West Rand. I'm representing Basadi Bamukhali against gender-based violence. I want to touch on the basis of the statistics when they were saying the number of the employment. So my question is, are they including in the percentage of people that are employed, are they including the PYEIs and are they including that? And if that's the number, that's the people that they are including, I've got question again. Mr. Zweli said, we need sustainable jobs. If you can go to schools right now, I've got about 2 schools, PYE, that have complained to say, we are now doing the job of the teachers and we are not getting any benefits. We are no longer the assistant teachers, but now we are becoming the teachers and not getting paid for that. We don't get the benefits. So I'm asking these questions to say, we understand that you are trying to create jobs, but can those jobs have benefits? Can those kids not be used? Can they have something that they can create the future on? While you are keeping them as assistant teachers, can you teach them to be teachers and get a full salary? Thank you.
Ma'am, you're the last one there. Please, you're here. Come on. On the mic, please.
Hello, my name is Amaya Nguluve.
Please speak louder, please.
Yes, sir.
Just have the mic with you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Amaya Nguluve, and my question is very simple. The SG kept emphasizing the importance of higher education and education in general to alleviate poverty. But then government keeps taking away structures that are supposed to assist us in getting education. How do you expect poor people to get an education if you are taking away from them? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Panelists, please do answer.
No, thank you very much. I think I'll start just to highlight in terms of the program. Panel 7 is going to deal with access to health and social security interventions, tools to fight poverty and improved living conditions. Minister Patla will be in that panel. Panel 8 is going to deal with the right to education as a tool for progress, economic and social upliftment and well-being. Deputy Minister Manamela and Deputy Minister Mhlauli, Dr. Mhlauli, also here as part of supporting that panel. So I thought, let me just contextualize. There is those panels that are going to deal specifically with those areas of work. I see even MEC Popima Matuba is here on health issues, so we don't want to mess up in the areas where there are other colleagues who are going to deal with it. Let me deal with the issues around how do we build the economy when we do not have a strategy in mining. I don't think that's correct. The country has a strategy in mining. The country has policies and legislation. One of the issues just to highlight, when we were hit by COVID-19, our economy came to a standstill. The commodity prices and actually our revenue, if you look at that report from SARS, you'd see that we were carried by specifically the mining sector, to be able, even as government, to generate an income, but to be able to pay. what has been happening in the mining sector, especially in terms of it being the biggest one of the biggest employers in the country, and historically many of us can narrate whose fathers worked as mine workers in the industry, and also in terms of migrant workers, the changing of the landscape, there are issues that we need to deal with. One of the issues, if you look at the current strategy that we're dealing with as government, you'll see that when we talk about, there is a historical issues that we're trying to redress in terms of the licensing conditions, and that's why you would have seen even some of the conditions to try and include communities as part of ownership, and that's why I spoke about the BE issues, that there are weaknesses around those and that we are trying to do. But as we talk about the new, the mining of the future, and that's where we're starting to say, as part of licensing, let's ensure that we have a different strategy, a different implementation model. So those are the strategies that exist. If you go as well on the website of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, you'd find that quite a lot of issues that speak to mining that they've been articulating, even including some of the changes in terms of policy and in terms of legislation are there. Unless if there's issues that we want to input to say, perhaps the direction that we're taking should be focusing in this area, I think that can be appreciated. One of the issues that we even talk about when we talk about the mining sector is that we've been saying beneficiation is important. But what has been the gaps is that it has not been happening quite as we wanted to. And some of us are saying, perhaps as part of the conditions on new licenses with minerals of the future, let's ensure these elements that we have learned out of the years of governing to be infused in the licensing conditions so that we don't have to go back and start renegotiating in the terms of where the issues are. And I want to compile, while I've said that the team that works on education are going to deal with the issue, I think we must encourage, there's a notion that came from the floor from two speakers that tend to say there isn't an importance of education. Let me tell you, majority of us would not be standing here and being who we are had it not been education. I'm a child of a domestic worker, a child of a father who was a mine worker that couldn't even pay the salary, the university fees. This government made sure that I can go to school, and my first job was as an intern in an NGO. I had opportunities because I had a junior degree. And I do not come from a political home where you could say that I gained this access because I knew anyone. I knew no one in terms of political access. But an NGO gave me an opportunity. No, listen. There are weaknesses that we must deal with, but we must be factual. There are many people who are employed both in private sector and in public. My first job was in private sector, by the way. No, it's fine, I'll do it. My first job was in private sector. Let's deal with the weaknesses where they are. If there are areas where we are saying, for people who cannot have a job in this area, let's deal with them. If there's a municipality specifically where somebody has applied for a job, if there's a department where somebody has applied for a job but they were discriminated, let's deal with it so that we can redress those things. There are job opportunities that exist that we apply for. The issue of education, NSFAS to provide for people to educate is a right for education in terms of the Constitution. If you have a right to education and you are provided a right to education, and NSFAS today says to us, if you want to go to school, there's NSFAS to apply. Let's apply. It's a right to education that is provided. Again, there's an issue of missing middle currently. And Deputy Minister is going to deal with that, how the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation are dealing with that, because majority of the people, for example, teachers who are in the employment, you'd have what we call the missing middle, which is your educators, your police, they can't afford to pay for their children. Because in terms of NSFAS, it will say that you are earning, but in terms of you being able to afford to pay for university fees, is that, I think Deputy Minister will deal with that as he responds to some of the questions. What is it that government is doing and how it's being responded to as we speak? Now, the issue of How can private nurses, I think Minister Patla is going to deal with that. The issue, I think the issue around how do we continue to encourage young people to go to school if they are going to find themselves, majority of them, unemployment. There's two issues that are reflected there. The first one is being able to actually, and I hope the colleagues will deal with it, what we call within the economy is the jobs that are needed by the economy. So for example, in terms of what would have been raised as a mismatch between the skills that we have as individuals, as young people, and the skills that are needed by the economy. So majority of the time, for example, you'd find that if you look, Minister Motsoaledi at some point, he said he advertised for specialists in IT space, where they were looking for 10,000 people, but only 2,000 applied. And because of that skills match, that's what we've got to respond to in terms of our education. Being able to equip our young people, and that's why one of the things around emphasizing the issue of TVET colleges and also the issues around skilling in terms of what becomes what is needed by the economy. And I think President Losi and Comrade Vavi can speak to that as well. Because when you deal with the issues around what the economy is able to absorb and what we have been producing, in terms of research, it does show that there's been a mismatch in terms of those. And that's one of the areas that we've got to be able to respond to. Then on the issue around the language, perhaps one of the things that we have done as government is if you look at PENSALP, and I think we can leave it to those from a legal point of view. I'm not an expert in the legal field. But PENSALP has been able to work together with communities and inputs in terms of promotion of language, recognition of language, Okay. The last point, I think we'll take up the issue around the teacher assistants who are now finding themselves doing a lot of work. The intention around that, it was the employment stimulus package that the president has introduced. The teacher assistance was not what President Losi and Comrade Losi and Comrade Vavi talked about, the issue of decent job, because it's a temporary arrangement. So the teacher assistant are there not permanently, and that's why the teachers must continue to do what they are employed to do, and the teacher assistants are there to assist. And I think what we are picking up is that the teacher assistants now are finding themselves in the burden where they are now doing the work of the issue around the work of the teachers instead of the teacher assistants. So those are some of the things you will have in terms of the employment from government, that there will be those that are interventions such as EPWP, they are temporary jobs, they are not permanent jobs, and your teacher assistants as part of stimulus interventions that have been provided. And similarly, like your internships, are meant as an intervention mechanism so that you bridge between the skills that the person needs and what is offered in terms of what the jobs can be able to get. So those are the issues. But again, government removed the requirement of experience for entry-level jobs so that those that are coming fresh from universities and all that are able to gain access and without being required the experience. I think the bigger issue that we need to deal with, how do we expand on the sustainability of the jobs as has been raised, and also what are the sectors that can assist us? If you look at agriculture is one of them, industrialization, reindustrializing so that we can be able to assist our economy to create more jobs, but more importantly, localization. Localization means that we buy local, we build with local materials, we utilize local, because in that way then we sustain our industries, but they are able to create jobs. Because when you import a lot of things and finished products, that's where you have a difficulty in terms of replacing your jobs. For example, if you talk about the textile industry, you talk about the poultry industry, and that's why the master plans that were done as part of social compacting in that area, whether it's sugar industry, it was saved on the basis of a social compact that we were able to say between ourselves as government, labor, and also business. Can we work together to preserve the jobs in the industry, sugar industry? Similar was done in the poultry industry and within the agriculture side. So the expansion in terms of those will be critical for us to ensure not only just temporary jobs, but sustainable jobs and decent jobs. Thank you very much.
Nobala and President, I'm not so sure if you had questions you wanted to answer.
Thank you, Chair. I think mine is just to echo the sentiments. I think Kosato has raised it, including Comrade Zweli and other panelists. We agree that mining is critical, and we think that until we are able to deal and address issues of beneficiation and industrialization, we'll be able to create jobs, but also not just jobs, decent jobs and sustainable jobs. Tomorrow, Minister, we have the Black Industrialist Conference. We must also answer questions there. How is government supporting our Black industrialists? You can't create Black industrialists if you do not industrialize. And therefore, it is going to be critical also on how we're going to rebuild our state-owned entities. That is why as Labour, we always say Transnet is key in unlocking our economy, ensuring that Eskom, Dinel, and Post Office are rebuilt and are able to unlock the bottlenecks. Local procurement, I agree fully with you, Minister, buy local. But also what we must answer is, as a country, if South Africa is a gateway to Africa, how are we using that gate as South Africa to ensure that we are able to access the markets, using and placing our Black businesses in particular to be the champions in Africa, in the continent, in the region, and also globally, by ensuring that our trade policies speaks to addressing the issues that South Africans are dealing with, the issues of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. Particularly also in regards to young people, education critically as a key pillar in government's priorities. So we need to address how we're going to respond to AGOA, ACFTA, BRICS, and other trade policies. But importantly, how do we utilize the gate to enter Africa, South Africa placing itself as the determining player in ensuring that there will be no exploitations of Africans by the West anymore. Thank you very much.
Just two things that I felt that I must respond to, asked in particular in a big rush and couldn't be unpacked. I know I don't have time to do that. Just looking at the matric results of 2023, we now know that 118,177 kids who wrote the matric failed. and that's 17.1%. But we also know now, according to the experts, that, which is the point that you were raising, my leader, 450,000 of the kids who started their primary education 12 years ago disappeared and did not arrive at grade 12. 450. When you combine 118,000 and 400 and this 450, you actually have a 568,177 learners who didn't pass or arrive at matric. An education that produces those results, in our view, is dysfunctional. Full stop. The change of 82% matters to us nothing, because this 568 is what really matters. And these are the people who are forced to enter into the labor market totally unprepared. And these are in the main young black women who end up being cashiers in all of the retail stores everywhere else in the country. It's a disaster. In the midst of celebration, there's a disaster unfolding in the education. I'm not talking about how many kids arrive at grade 4 and 5 without reading with a meaning. I'm not talking about how we compete with Botswana, Swaziland, and Zimbabwe. I'm just talking about South Africa today. That's the first point I wanted to make. The second point is this issue of decent work and the EPWPs. The SG explained that when they count people who are employed and unemployed, they ask you a question: are you working? And you say, I am not working. They ask you, have you been actively searching for employment opportunity in the past 7 days, 1 week? If you say, no, man, I've given up, I don't have money anymore to go up and down and blah, 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 the 350 is not enough, they tick employed because you are not actively searching for employment opportunity. I'm not talking about a Safto story or some Maiha story here. The statistician general is here. He says no. He is. Secondly, the statistician general asked people, told us here that if you have had 4 hours of working, tick, employed. In the whole month, didn't he say so? Yeah. Employed. That's why, dear Minister, we must ban this thing called official statistics. That's not the reality. The reality is the expanded definition of employment that counts all people that have given up and or that are working 4 hours in the whole month, including the EPWPs. That's why we are campaigning that they must be insourced, because they are doing jobs that have been allowed to remain vacant for many years, including the community healthcare workers. They must be employed permanently. All of the early childhood development teachers must be employed permanently because they are doing essential jobs that should have they should have had jobs that are employed in the full time and enjoying all of the benefits. So please join us in the campaign. When we march past your offices, don't ignore the placards that are written there about the plight of the EPWP workers and the community healthcare workers, the early childhood workers, and everybody that is employed on a precarious job, which is a growing phenomenon, not just here in South Africa, but all over the world. Since the 1970s, there's been a phenomenon where there is actually deindustrialization. By the way, Professor, I didn't agree with you when you say the government have no role to play in creation of jobs. That's what have landed us where we are now.
I was not intimidating Nobel, I was just checking how tall is he compared to me. But 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'll be very short. I think I just want to get into an observation, and I'm trying to ask people who are here to also help. So we've got legislation making processes, and we make inputs in legislation, a lot of legislation, including for example, we're busy now with the IRP, which is the resource plan. But what we have observed is that majority of the people who are here do not participate in legislations. When they're supposed to make inputs, they don't make inputs. When a legislation is passed, then they complain. Because I think complaining is the easiest thing to do as a human being. So I'm basically appealing to all of us here to say, when there are opportunities for making legislation, in making sure that we all enjoy our human rights, let's participate in those processes. We go to parliament and make presentations. You find that especially black people are not there. And then when you are sitting there counting the number of people who made presentations, you're going to say, this is what the people say, because you are looking at the numbers. While we are busy complaining in WhatsApp groups and all those things. And we're going to then blame politicians and say politicians are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, while we are not also doing our job. So I'm basically appealing to everyone who's here that tomorrow is a deadline for submission to the resource plan of the country. Make sure that you participate. Otherwise, don't complain later when the legislation is passed. Thanks.
There are a number of critical issues that have been raised which falls into the next panel. And I think that it is only fair not to entertain those and allow the next panel to entertain those issues. However, can I, in closing, just ask the Statistician General to fix this issue, just that one little issue that seems to be in disagreement about with the SG of SAP.
I want to put facts. The sun rises from the east and sets in the west, and nobody can change that. So, but with all respect, my leader knows he uses a lot of our statistics. So when we come and ask you if you are employed or not, and you say you are employed, we tick you are employed. We want to know how many hours you work. So you say, I work 1 hour there, I work 1 hour there. As long as you have a minimum of an hour a week, because you could be working a minimum of an hour a week and be gaining a lot, gainfully employed and be making a lot of income. So we include you. That's in line with the ILO guideline. If you say, I'm not employed, we want to know if you have been actively looking for employment. Then if you say yes, we say you are unemployed, because according to the ILO, you are in the labor force if you are employed or unemployed but actively looking for employment. So the 16.7 million are people who said they are employed, whether they work for a minimum of an hour a week or for 40 hours a week, they are employed. Those 7.8 million who said they are unemployed are actively looking for employment. if you say you are discouraged, we don't put you in employed, we put you in the discouraged category. But then later we come, the 7.8 million are the ones that give us 32.1% as an unemployment rate official that we are tracking in the National Development Plan. But when we take the 7.8 million people who said they are unemployed, actively looking for employment but unemployed, plus the 3 million who said they are discouraged work seekers, plus another 800,000 who said we didn't look for employment, not because we are discouraged, for any other reason, but if we got employment, we would have taken it. We include them together to give us the 11.7 million. Those are the ones that form the expanded unemployment rate of 41.1%. Thanks.
I think at that point, we really do need to close. I had promised that I'm going to ask people to make comments, but time has run away from us. No? So you're going to wait, you're going to listen to me until I finish before you start shouting. I'm going to give 2 people to make a comment and we're going to close, right? And sir here, that's fine, he's walking to the mic. There's a hand at the back, right at the back. Right at the back. Move to the mic. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I would start by saying this. Minister of Correctional Service and Justice, Mr. Lamula, you do not invite people to an event and dictate to them what they can and cannot do. That's the first thing. I think we are here to give an input. So if you are saying to us that only 4 people can speak, then I think all of us can leave and 4 people can remain. Secondly, we are speaking about improving and all these great ideas that we are coming up with. I'm from the south side of Johannesburg in Westbury. We are coming up with ideas and striving towards the future. But what I do understand is in the next 30 years from now, most probably, not all of us that is sitting here will still be alive. We are creating these things for the future, which is our youth. And if we are allowing our youth to kill one another and allowing them to go into an environment where they are exposed to drugs, then who are we planning for? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I've recognized a hand at the back there. Please do speak at the back there. Colleagues, your right doesn't supersede somebody else's right. Just please relax. Let somebody else that has been recognized speak.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. As sick as I am, managed to come now at 11:30. I was quickly invited. I'm from UCF Unpack.
Will you raise your voice or just hold the mic on yourself?
Yes. I represent Unpack Community Forum. I represent Rise Above All Situation. I represent KTSM. I represent environment in the community. Why I'm saying that I'm permanently employed, but I feel like I'm not employed. So what are the strategies that you'll bring to the community that are fair, that restore the dignity? Our professionals, our unemployment are suffering from drug addict. Do you have any plan for such a discrimination? Why I'm saying that our youth, our adults are losing hope to South Africa because of all these failing strategies that we are bringing. You're deciding alone. You are not including us as the community builders. I don't have even a hope now that South Africa will be new again. So what are the strategies that you are bringing to us, and are you including us because we know the critics that are failing us? And we are here, and I was invited just now because I'm working with the community. I am a professional as well. We are suffering in South Africa, especially, and not forgetting the age restriction. We still need our elders to be included as well. Thank you so much.
I think on that note, I'm going to hand over to the DG, but thanks so much to my panel. There are still other panels that are coming. Some of these issues are going to be entertained there. So we'll see you in the next panel.
The panel, we want to thank you really for a dynamic and lively panel. Yeah, we can excuse you from the stage. Miles Budu, you must lead with an example, my brother. There's a big group of young people here, so they must watch us and learn from us. Howling in a conference like this doesn't necessarily assist. Yesterday, for those of you who were here, I mentioned 3 critical conferences that took place in this nation. I said in 1909, there was a conference. It created a Union of South Africa that excluded more than 75% of the majority of this country. They met again. They introduced apartheid in 1948. They met again. South Africa was declared a republic in 1961. But there was a critical conference that happened post-1990 that finally led to this democracy that dawned in our land in 1994. 30 years down the line, we have an opportunity. We are sitting here wanting to discuss the lived experience. We are a nation of 62 million people. So we must consider it that we have an opportunity to be here. Not everyone could be here. We explained here, we're going to break now. You saw we started an hour late. We can argue around one matter and howl and all of that. But you know, 5 o'clock, I'll be left alone here. I'll be the last man standing. Because anyway, I have no option. I have to be here. So let's utilize the time that we have. A lot of the issues that you have raised are in the next breakaways that we're going to go to now. So I will want to give an announcement for those breakaways. The breakaway on health, the right to health, and issues of social wage and social protection will take place here in the plenary. Minister Phahla, MEC for Health from Limpopo, Dr. Is it Limpopo? I always get corrected how I pronounce Limpopo. Dr. Popi Ramathuba will facilitate that panel, and Dr. Joe Phahla, the Minister for Health, will lead the panel discussion. And I think the DG or acting DG of Social Development will participate in that panel. The next panel that is going to King Shaka Hall. King Shaka, you get out of here to my left, which will be your right. You passed where you had lunch yesterday. As almost if you are going to the reception area, then on your left, you enter that building. It has an auditorium called King Shaka. That will be, just a second, I want to check the program. That will be housing, water, and sanitation. And the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Judith Chavalala, is here, is going to participate there. Then Marco Polo, that will be facilitated by Mr. Silo Hatang. I'm sure he's here as well. That will be at King Shaka. And the next panel, which will be facilitated by Oscar van Heerden, which deals with topic 8, the right to education as a tool for progress, economic and social upliftment and well-being, will be at Marco Polo. So if I remember, Marco Polo is opposite of King Shaka. So when you are facing the west, that's the reception, you'll turn to the right to go to Marco Polo to debate right to education, then to the left to King Shaka to debate access to housing, water and sanitation, and remain in the plenary to deal with matters of health and social protection. Now, here's the appeal. The conference managers could not break or allocate us, so we request that facilitators, you assist us, that there must be an even balance. If I had my way, I was going to suggest that this row, you go to deal with matters of education. There was a lot of shouting where that comrade is wondering whether he should continue studying. You must study, my brother. I was going to suggest that you go to Marco Polo to get further reason why you should study. And the middle row, I was going to suggest that you stay in the plenary. But I know the interests are not the same. They vary. But let's just try. If one area is overloaded, let's just make sure that we're evenly balanced. I will therefore want to suggest that we do that, then we'll break for lunch at 2 o'clock. And then come back, because we have to chase time, at 2:45. 45 minutes should be enough for all of us. I believe that we are all foot soldiers of human rights to deal with. I know there's a technical hunger now, but we have no intervention for technical hunger. We'll wait for the real hunger at 2 o'clock. Let's break and adjourn for the breakaways. Thank you very much. No, you'll respond to me, Miles.
I think we can start now. Those who are leaving, I hope they will leave while we are busy with the session, especially that we do not have time. It's after 12:30, and we are expected to be out of here by 2 o'clock for lunch. It means if we don't do well, we won't even have lunch, because the fact of the matter is that we must do what we are here for. We have to finish the business of the day. Let me remind all of you, so that those who are lost can leave. We are here on a roundtable discussion. Our topic here with our panelists, it's access to health and social security as intervention tools to fight poverty and improve the living condition. Our panelists will be led by the Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Patla. From the Department of Social Development, we have in our midst Jack van Zayden. And we know Sasha, most of us. Sasha, it's coming from section 27. We also have in our midst an old colleague of mine from the South African Medical Association, El Saibi. Currently, she didn't tell me where she is now, but the last time we were together, we were still at the South African Medical Association. If we are to remind each other just before we can give our panelists just to give their opening inputs, we also have we are supported in terms of our scriber, advocate Tidiso. We all, most of us know him. Colleagues, if we remember in 1994, when we had a breakthrough, if you look at the health itself, the first administration led by President Nelson Mandela, and we are honored and lucky in our midst, we have got the then Minister of Health at that time, Minister Nkosazana, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. She's here as part of us. So if I'm wrong, she will correct me, because at that time, because of biology, as we were told yesterday, I was not able to be part of that administration. And the current Minister of Health was one of those MECs at that time. Now, one of the issues that we seldom or hardly celebrate is that at that time, I was trying to count the number of departments of health that we had, the ministers of health that we had. I could count up to around 10 when you think about the Venda, Minister of the Republic of Venda, Republic of Ciskei, Transkei, Libua, Gazankulu, Kwandebele, and all of them. And all those, there were so many, and with also the South African government at the same time, you will have the Transvaal and all of those. Wherein, if you were sick and you go to what we used to call Hendrik Verwoerd Hospital, you will not be accommodated. For those who comes from my province, Limpopo, if you are a resident of Mutetema, you are in town, Groblersdal, you got an accident, and you are taken to Groblersdal Hospital. Because you are black, you will not be admitted in that hospital. You would have to be taken to Matlala Hospital, Tsimanyan, and chances are you die on your way to the hospital, because in terms of health, if you are a priority 1 patient and you don't get assistance, you die. Now, if you were a Tsonga speaking and you are around Toyando, you will not be allowed at Chirizini Hospital because you are not Venda speaking. If you go to Joburg Gen Hospital, the then, which is now Charlotte, you will not be allowed. But that administration was able, within a short space of time, amalgamate all these departments of health into one national department of health, supported by 9 provincial departments. And that was a breakthrough that needs to be celebrated. And then the second issue, the first State of the Nation address by President Mandela at that time was to give the instruction and be decisive to say all pregnant women and children under 5 will not pay when they visit our facility. As if that they were on the right track. I said the minister at that time, it's here with us. And they went on and to say primary health care, no one will pay. Whether you're going for immunization, that's why some of us, when we complete medicine doing PEDS, we didn't even know what measles look like. Because the program that came, which was free for all the children who were born after 94, having to be given free immunization as compared to before, they were able to be eradicated. So that is a big success and good story to say towards the national health insurance. The foundation was laid during the first administration after 1994. What then went wrong throughout all this time is that instead of building from those success stories, we saw, because capital is smart, those who are capitalists who are here, they will understand. They are very smart wherever government comes with solutions that is pro-poor and working class, they then come up with their own. We saw a certain trend of strengthening the private healthcare at the expense of the public healthcare. We saw two-tier healthcare system being established. Remember, the ones that I spoke about of pre-94, which you were discriminated based on your color and on your geographic location or on your ethnic grouping. At that time, it was legislated, it was gazetted, it was law. So there was nothing wrong when they refuse you access. Currently, we've got these two-tier systems which are not gazetted in the law, but because of the size of your pocket, you are denied access to healthcare. Let me give you a simple example which I always give people in my province. If I am driving with my domestic worker, my nanny, and my 2 children, and we get involved on N1 in a major accident, and I sustain scratches together with my children, what we classify as priority 3. Netcare chopper when it gets there, or a private ambulance when it arrives, they are going to airlift me and my 2 babies to the best facility, being a priority 3 patient. My nanny, who is a priority 1, who require that service, will be told to wait for Dr. Patla's ambulances, which we don't know for how long will they take. Now, this is the human rights that we are talking about, to say, while access was being built on the other side, something came up, which today we are being discriminated based on the size of your pocket. So we will want our panelists to answer this question, that yes, we've seen the work that was done in the past 30 years, but we've also seen this negativity, this underfunding, which has resulted into most of our institutions being understaffed, the infrastructure collapsing. Because when you open up Groblersdal Hospital for the people of Mutetema, did you look into that infrastructure? Will it cope? Did you put more funding to be able to make sure that hospital has got more number of beds, because it's no longer serving that community which was few? So this is what we want them to respond to, say, what then towards the next 30 years? The foundation, a very good foundation was laid for us. What are we doing towards the next 30 years in addressing this inequality, this discrimination of our people in terms of accessing healthcare? We must also appreciate at the same time that, yes, even the president yesterday, he was very clear during his address when he indicates we look at the number of grants that we are receiving in terms of social relief. If you go back to pre-1994, my grandmother, before she dies, she used to tell us that before she voted for Mandela, now I could understand why you can never take away our elderly people from voting for their Mandela. She used to say they will get a grant probably after 3 months and sometimes they don't even get them. But there were certain racial groups which will be paid on a monthly basis. And even they were not even paid the equal amount of money. So they started to experience a monthly grant since the dawn of democracy. Now we have seen that from 2.5 million people who were receiving grants, today we are talking about more than 19 million people receiving different forms of grants. We are also seeing at the same time government through social security relief spending around 26 million on a monthly basis to deal with some of the issues that are being indicated, to fight the poverty, to fight the current unemployment, and so that people can be able to have a sustainable livelihood. Other commission or roundtable discussions, we will look at other social relief, because it's not only health. You have seen provision of free health also. It's form of social relief. Provision of water, provision of basic electricity. It's augmenting the current 26 million that the state spends on a monthly basis to fight poverty. Now we also would want from the panelists to understand, to say, while yes, we do appreciate that, how are we going to, moving forward in the next 30 years? For us, we see the playing field here. We've seen the baseline that is there. There are other critics who says we are, what we are encouraging, and for us as a state or as a nation, we are encouraging a dependent state where people cannot work for themselves, but they will receive grants. So we would want them to also assist us in addressing all these questions that people are saying. Some people, when we fight teenage pregnancy, they say you will never end it, because as long as you encourage children to have children, because you give the other children who is born a grant. So we need to really address such, to say, how do we explain to our communities, to our public, to understand the importance of this grant? Because listening to Statistician General, it's very clear that without this grant, we are not going to currently win and survive. So it's on that note that I will invite our first panelist, which is the Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Patla. He doesn't need introduction. I've already introduced him to say he was there at the beginning, and he's still here at the end at a national level. So Minister Joe, Dr. Joe Patla, can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director, and my greetings to all attendees. Welcome to this session. Also appreciate also the presence of some of the colleagues from the cabinet. Appreciate the founding Minister for Health for Democratic South Africa. Welcome, and thank you very much for joining this session. I took a tune also from the inputs yesterday as we celebrate the 30 years of democracy, to look at where we come from, what have we achieved, and what is it that going forward we still need to work hard to make sure that we can make sure that South Africans continue to, the lives of our people continue to improve. If we look at where we come from in the area of health, again, taking from the inputs and the opening yesterday, that the attainment of our rights, our human rights in the Bill of Rights, in the Constitution, which was signed by our president, founding president in 1996, the Bill of Rights can be traced from our struggle for freedom. And similarly, when we look at the background of our aspirations from the health side, also we can indeed trace the aspirations which are now encapsulated in our Constitution from our struggle for freedom. So the attainment of good health services has been part and parcel of the liberation struggle from the starting from the early 40s and going into the 1950s as well. When we look at the African Claims document, whose drafting was led by then President of the African National Congress, who was also a medical practitioner, Dr. A.P. Kuma, we found an extensive section on outlining what was wrong with the colonial and apartheid system, and also stating clearly what our leadership at the time felt that indeed needed to be corrected. And I will just refer to some sections which speaks to health from the African Claims. It reads as such: we regard it as a duty of the state to provide adequate medical health facilities for the entire population of the country. We deplore and deprecate the fact that the state has not carried out its duty to the Africans in this regard and has left this important duty to philanthropic and voluntary agencies. As a result of this gross neglect, the general health of the entire African population has deteriorated to the alarming extent. We consider that the factors which contribute to this state of affairs, and then they look at a number of factors, including economic factors. Now, in terms of what they then felt needed to be done, they said that there must be a drastic overhauling and reorganization of the health services of the country, with due emphasis on preventive medicine, with all that it implies in modern public health. And then they went further and said, we strongly urge the adoption of the following measures to meet the health needs of the African population: the establishment of free medical and health services for all sections of the population, the establishment of a system of school medical service with full staffing of medical practitioners, nurses, and health visitors, increased hospital and clinic facilities, both in urban and rural areas. And then, of course, they mentioned also the increase in the training of doctors and nurses. So this is the aspirations of the forebears of our freedom as early as 1943. Of course, when in 12 years later, when the activists and leaders gathered at Kliptown to draft the Freedom Charter, they also took this forward as part of the aspirations for freedom in the Freedom Charter, and it reads as such: a preventative health scheme shall be run by the state. And then it went further to say, free medical care and hospitalization shall be provided for all, with special care for mothers and young children. This is in the Freedom Charter. And therefore, when we go into the Bill of Rights of the Constitution, Section 27 of the Bill of Rights of our Constitution, you can see that it derives its inspiration from the struggles for freedom. As we know, Section 27A of our Constitution says, everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services, including reproductive care. Section 27, subsection 2, the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of these rights. And Section 27, subsection 3, no one may be refused emergency medical treatment. So today, as we gathered here 30 years later, the question which we need to answer is, what steps have been taken to make sure that the aspirations of our forebears and also what the drafters of our Constitution encapsulated into law, into the primary law of our country, which is the Constitution, how far have we gone in as far as making sure that these aspirations, and also as encapsulated in the Bill of Rights, have actually moved a step forward? Now, in looking at that, one would start by saying, indeed, major steps were taken to increase access to public health services, to improve the quality, and also to improve health outcomes. But we also have, as the program director has alluded to, have to acknowledge that over the same period of the 3 decades, there's also been increased inequality. And we have made this possible by creating opportunities for a 2-tier health system, one for those who have sufficient income, and also a public health which looks after those with low income or who are unemployed. Now, in terms of, with this, as the Constitution has actually dictated that certain steps should be taken, what is it which has been done? In the area of policies, again, as the program director mentioned earlier on, in the very first year of presidency of President Mandela, with Minister Dlamini Zuma as the Minister of Health, President Mandela proclaimed that pregnant women and children under the age of 6 would receive free medical care at all public health facilities. This was also, it was implemented immediately, and a few years later, the government also decided that all services at all public primary health care will be provided free of charge. Now, these policies remain intact and remain in place today. So while services at hospitals are charged at a sliding scale, except for pregnant women and children under 6, no one may be turned away from a public health facility, including a hospital up to the highest level, due to the lack of funds. While private health providers are also required not to turn anybody away in the case of emergency, as already dictated within the Bill of Rights, that no one may be denied emergency medical care. The application of this, especially in our private healthcare system, is open to interpretation of what is an emergency and what is not an emergency. If the condition under which, even including after a motor vehicle accident or any other form of trauma, if the frontline desk may come to the conclusion that your condition is not an emergency, they will feel that they are free to say, please go to a public health service because your condition is not an emergency. So even though it is the law of the country in terms of the Constitution that no one must be denied emergency medical services, you are guaranteed that in the public health service, but not in the private health services. In terms of also progressively making sure that healthcare can be accessible and improvement of quality, what are the steps which have been taken? From the first administration, in as far as making sure that the more facilities are made available, there was a massive program of infrastructure rollout starting from the first administration, focusing mainly on primary healthcare facilities, but also including district and regional hospitals, including also specialized and teaching hospitals. Hospitals such as the Steve Biko Academic Hospital were completed early in the advent of our democratic system. The BUILD program has been sustained up to today with various adjustments, including currently at the primary healthcare, where we even adjusted it to say we must not just, for instance, at primary healthcare provide expanded access to clinics, but you must also have particular requirements of standard. And we termed this the ideal clinic realization program, so that throughout the country there are minimum standards which must be followed in terms of the quality of the primary healthcare facilities. But due to the size of the backlog and also inefficiencies which we must admit, and in some instances also inappropriate, including corrupt practices, a lot more still needs to be done. We have gone very far, but there's still a lot more which can be done, but a lot more could have been achieved, except for accepting that there's been some shortcomings in terms of allocation of funds, but also inefficiencies in our system. Key equipment have also been rolled out, including health information systems, including digital health information systems, although this also has been at a very slow pace. And also in many cases across the country, especially when you come to the digital health information services, in various provinces, this has also been caught up in controversies and in some cases accusations of various forms of corruption, which has slowed down the rollout of some of the equipment, including the health information systems, which will make it possible that people, records, patients' records can be traced and will not be lost in the system. In as far as other aspects of improving the quality of the service, provision of commodities, from time to time in our public health systems, there will be situations where pharmaceutical products will have what is called stock outs, and thanks to also the cooperation and also the vigilance of some of our civil society organizations, which also alert us in some cases where we do have the systems to monitor, but sometimes this stock outs can come in without notice, notwithstanding that there are systems. But I must say that these have also improved quite significantly in most of the cases when there are pharmaceutical stockouts. It's either because of maybe provinces where the financial resources have run out, but in terms of the systems, we do have a very a good system of monitoring and ordering system, which makes sure that we don't have a lot of these pharmaceutical stockouts, including other consumables, including laboratory services. But of course, we cannot ignore the fact that if we remember during the time of the pandemic, the whole embarrassment around the issue of personal protective equipment, various issues, including corruption, which came in when it came to the procurement and distribution of some of these very key equipments. Very key and topical in the current phase of our provision of services, the issue of human resources for health. Because again, we know that health services, just like education and other services, are very human resource intensive. And key to that, the health professionals, we know currently very topical is the issue of unemployed doctors. What has happened in the last 30 years is that there has been very focused efforts to make sure that you can ramp up the training and deployment of healthcare workers, including medical practitioners. Various programs that our medical schools have been encouraged to ramp up their admissions, and this has happened. But also over the last few years, also in the training of doctors, also the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro program, which has produced more than 3,000 doctors of young people from rural areas and also from townships, from poor families. So this has actually helped us to ramp up the production and training of healthcare professionals, not only doctors, but also nurses, pharmacists, physiotherapists. But of course, this has also caught up with us in as far as the current financial constraints are concerned, and that's why we're currently dealing with the matter of making sure that all the medical doctors and also other healthcare workers who have been produced by our system should find a way to be absorbed, to be accommodated within our healthcare system. But also, the other key challenge is the maldistribution, because even where we have enough of various categories of health professionals, distribution varies between urban and rural, but also within urban areas between the public and the private, and as I'll come back to that, with a large number of especially your top level, highly trained practitioners, whether it be doctors or nurses and other healthcare workers, the majority of those who have been, all of them being trained by the public health, but end up in the private health because of lucrative benefits in the private health sector. But the improvement of the health outcomes do not only depend on how the health system itself performs, from the preventative to also in terms of the actual health services. I haven't mentioned here the rollout of various components of the preventative health systems, rollout of extended programs on immunization for children with various forms of children's vaccines, which have also been rolled out over the years, leading to a situation where a number of infectious diseases have either been eliminated or brought to very low prevalence. But we know also that the health system, in terms of improving outcomes, you also need other social interventions, what is generally called the social determinants. We know that outcomes are influenced by access to clean water, sanitation, housing, environmental factors, education, and information systems. Of course, when you talk about issues like clean water, very prominent. Just in the course of last year, we had to deal with the outbreak of cholera, more especially here in Gauteng, in the Tshwane Metro, in the Hammanskraal area, which again reminded us that it's not only the improvement and the quality of services directly from the health services, but the social determinants, including quality of water and other social amenities, play a major important role in this regard. What has been the impact overall? We don't have the time to go into a lot of detail, but overall, looking at the universally accepted indicators of how your services are performing across not only the health services, but also the social determinants, we have seen an improvement in the rise in the life expectancy at birth for South Africans. We know that at the height of the HIV and AIDS epidemic in the early 2000s, life expectancy, dropped down to just over 50 years of age on average. And over the years, with the rollout of antiretrovirals and also improvement in access to health services, we saw the life expectancy rising from around 51 years in the early 2000s to just around 65 years on average in 2019. Of course, it was affected by the COVID, dropping down to just over 61 years, and is rising again just around 63 years in 2022, 2023. Other areas, other indicators, including maternal mortality ratio, although also has improved, getting very close to our sustainable development goal. Infant mortality also a major improvement, and under 5 mortality also improving. What are the shortcomings? Some of which I've already touched on, just to reiterate that the chronic underfunding of the health system. Currently, even National Treasury acknowledges that the public health system has been underfunded. According to National Treasury, they estimate between 11 and 12 billion rand underfunding. But we believe if we look into the burden of disease, that underfunding should be calculated at around 20 billion per annum. Other challenges include unstable and at times inappropriate management and leadership at various levels of our health system, health delivery systems. We have seen this at various times, especially when there is pressure and crisis. Provinces where there's been stable leadership from the political to managerial level, and even at institutional level where there's been stable and also appropriate appointments of leadership, you find that the performance tend to be much better than those which have been unstable. But I think the biggest challenge to our system today, 30 years down the line, is the fact that we have not been able to close the gap which our forebears in 1943 and also in 1952 had already identified in terms of making sure that we close the gap between access and quality of access to health services by those who have income and those who have low income and unemployed, what the program director referred to as the two-tier health system. That is the major shortcoming which going forward we're going to have to deal with, because on the one hand, the private health system, which is a big drain on the public health system, especially when it comes to human resources.
as I've said earlier on, all the health professionals, without exception, are trained by the public health system. But the more they get more expertise, the more they get more specialized, and they get attracted to the more lucrative benefits in the private sector. And it is for this reason that this government has introduced the National Health Insurance as a policy, and also as a legislation which currently has been approved by both houses of parliament. And we also are confident that very soon the president will sign it into law. It is through this intervention of such a policy that we believe that these high levels of inequality and inequity should find a policy framework through which this can be addressed. So what would you say should be the major focus going forward in the next 5 years and the next 30 years of freedom? It's really to deal with, to invest, firstly, more investment in the public health system with a major focus on the primary health services, to reduce the cost of private health services while progressively moving towards one national health service as envisaged in the National Health Insurance Policy and Legislative Framework. So that's where I want to leave it, Program Director. I believe that that gives us a short picture of where we come from, what has been achieved, without going into a lot of detail, and the challenges as we go forward to make sure that we can progressively, as the Constitution instructs us to progressively make sure that we can improve the quality and access of health services to all South Africans. Thank you very much.
I must declare that because it was my boss, hey, I was very generous with the time. I have to declare up front before I get accused. You should understand, all of you in my position, when you have your boss, you can't stand behind. So when I stand behind the other presenters, they must not take it personal. Everyone must protect their jobs. Our next presenter is on the lighter note, will be Jah from Social Development. We just need to be mindful of the time because I want to give more time for the plenary to give us their inputs. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes?
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator, Honorable MEC Ramatuba. Also acknowledging the Honorable Dr. Patla, Minister of Health, other ministers and deputy ministers who may be in the room, fellow panelists and session participants. I'm going to use the white paper on population policy for South Africa as the point of departure for my input. The Department of Social Development is responsible for the promotion and monitoring of the country's population policy, nationally as well as in the provinces. And population development is also a concurrent function in terms of the Constitution and assigned for monitoring and promotion to the Departments of Social Development. Now, this point of departure is important as one reflects on access to health and social security as intervention tools to fight poverty and improve living conditions over the past 30 years, for two reasons. Firstly, apartheid was a population control policy. It controlled all aspects of people's lives, including movement, place of residence, intimate relationships, whom one could associate with. In short, all the options that the majority of South Africans could choose from were determined by apartheid. In the last decade of apartheid, the government introduced an explicit population policy called the Population Development Program, ironically, which was primarily aimed at reducing the total fertility rate of African women to replacement level, 2.1 children. Obviously, this policy had to be dismantled and replaced at the dawn of democracy. The second reason why I'm taking this point of departure is because one of the first green paper processes that was initiated by the democratic government was on population policy, because of the fact that the apartheid population policy had to be dismantled. Coupled to this, the International Conference on Population and Development was convened by the United Nations in November 1994, and it was the first major United Nations conference to be attended by our democratic government. The conference produced a program of action that our government subscribed to and still actively supports. The population policy drafting process in the 90s was shaped by the principles contained in our Constitution, as well as the emphasis on rights, particularly women's rights and sexual and reproductive health and rights, as agreed on at the international conference. The process produced the White Paper on Population Policy for South Africa, which was approved in Parliament in March 1998. The policy has a human rights and sexual and reproductive health and rights foundation. The population policy expresses the Constitution's as well as the Reconstruction and Development Program's vision for the country's people. And to quote, to contribute towards the establishment of a society that provides a high and equitable quality of life for all South Africans. The population policy has three objectives. One, the integration of population factors into everything we do across all three spheres of government. Secondly, a coordinated, multi-sectoral, interdisciplinary, and integrated approach to everything we do. And thirdly, availing population information to inform everything we do, which is basically why we've created such a strong national statistics agency in the country. It is a policy for the whole government, across all three spheres, and to be implemented in partnership with civil society organizations. Institutionally, the implementation of the population policy became expressed in planning processes from the national planning and budgeting through to social impact assessments in terms of the National Environmental Management Act, all the way to local integrated development plans and more recently the district development model. Programs that contribute to the implementation of the population policy that have been put in place over the past 30 years include poverty reduction programs, including social security, protection and assistance, and other elements of the social wage. Especially the child support grant has hugely contributed to reduce child poverty, as well as to better education, health, including sexual health outcomes at older ages in adolescence. Environmental sustainability, health services, including sexual and reproductive health services. The Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act was an important contributor to realizing women's sexual and reproductive health and rights. Education, gender, women's empowerment, and youth and child care. These include the huge contribution that the NSFAS is making to our prospects for reaping a demographic dividend and by investing in the education of our youth. And recently, early childhood development as a long-term investment in our people. As our Honorable President Ramaphosa and several speakers have mentioned yesterday and earlier today, impressive improvements have been made, but there's also a long way to go, as all the presenters have emphasized. Madam Facilitator, we take stock of the progress with the implementation of the population policy at regular intervals. Of particular interest is the extent to which people's rights are satisfied through service delivery, and how that in turn translates into the improvement of people's quality of life as measured in official statistics. The Statistician General shared several statistics in this regard during the first session today. Recently, the key partner departments in driving the population policy, which includes social development, health, basic education, introduced a new perspective to better understand people's experiences of their rights that are relevant to the policy. Cumulative evidence in the various focus areas of the population policy show that many people do not actively enjoy their rights, as also alluded to by several speakers, including the minister just before me. The absence of a lived experience of rights brings to the fore the question of justice, and particularly in the context of population policy, sexual and reproductive justice. Theoretically, sexual and reproductive justice would exist when all people have the power and resources to make healthy decisions about their bodies, sexuality, and reproduction. This means every person has the right to resources to choose to have or not to have children, to choose the conditions under which they give birth and create a family, care for their children with the necessary social support in a safe and healthy environment, and control their own body and self-expression, free from any form of sexual or reproductive oppression. In our exploration of this perspective, we identified many factors that intersect in different ways in people's lives to affect their chances of enjoying sexual and reproductive justice, including poverty and inequality, unemployment or employment, culture, religion and tradition, location, for example, urban, rural, peri-urban, etc., access to services, and not limited to health services only, age, sex, ability or disability, sexual orientation, and gender identity. None of us only has one of these characteristics, and therefore these intersections combine in different ways in different people. For sexual and reproductive justice to be achieved, the entire society has a role to play. The government can promote and protect rights and deliver services. But for sexual and reproductive justice to be a lived experience, all sectors have to actively contribute to promote and protect each other's rights. To conclude, Madam Facilitator, as many speakers have confirmed, over the past 30 years, we have done really well to establish the rights and consequent services that would give access to health and social security as intervention tools to fight poverty and improve living conditions. The integration, the approach, and the information and data objectives, coupled to the rights basis of the population policy, have contributed to the improvements that have been reported. As we deliberate future directions for the next 30, or I heard some say 70 years, we would propose that the way we have done things thus far be complemented by the introduction of a justice perspective to all our work, which considers our progress in the realization of people's rights from the lived experiences of all 62 million individual South Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jack was just exactly 10 minutes. I really appreciate. Sasha, he can't beat you.
Thank you, MEC. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. So, as others have said, the past 30 years has seen some real strides in improving access to healthcare services. Notably, we have an integrated national health system that caters to all. And this is a far cry, as we know, from a system that was systematically underfunded, large swathes of the country and catered mainly to the white minority at the end of apartheid. And I think we need to recognize straight up front that we have a huge asset in our public health system. We have training infrastructure. We have health facilities at every level, from primary health care to specialist level. There are so many problems in the system. We know about all of the problems. There are so many inequities. But the system itself is an asset and actually puts us in quite a different position to many other countries, including countries on the continent that are trying to develop towards universal health coverage. We're not in a position, like many other countries, where we have just a private sector that government is trying to harness for the use of everyone. We're in a really fortunate position that we have this big public health system that we can harness and improve to improve access for everyone. This is a key advantage. We also have a strong private health system that caters to the 15.4% of the population on medical aid, but also to many other people who rely on the private system for various reasons when the public system fails them. And in addition to the system, as the ministers mentioned, we also have some impressively improved health outcomes. Now, the ministers talked about maternal mortality rate, which keeps going down as a result of the policy that says all pregnant and lactating women and children under the age of 6, importantly, regardless of their citizenship or nationality or documentation status, are entitled to free healthcare services, and everyone's entitled to free primary healthcare services. Those are amazing policies that are actually saving lives. We've also seen incredible improvements in relation to HIV. Of course, it started badly, and we've seen a dramatic increase in life expectancy in the country in general, but also amongst people living with HIV. We've seen as well a decrease in fatality due to child malnutrition. Now, we must recognize that child malnutrition, particularly in places like the Eastern Cape, where it is an absolute crisis that needs to be urgently addressed. So those rates are still high, but the fatality rate from severe acute malnutrition has dropped from 11.7% in 2017 to 7% in 2022. Those are important improvements. They're not enough, but they're important. We must recognize them. And so the question then, in line with the MEC's prompt to the speakers, is what are we doing with our health sector, and how do we improve it to realize rights in the next 30, 60, 100 years? The first thing, and in many ways I'm going to echo the minister, except with, I think, a bit of a twist, is that we need to stop defunding our health system. It's not just that we're underfunding our health system. Almost all health systems are underfunded, frankly. They cost a lot of money, and it's difficult for any country to really fund the health system as much as they should. What we are doing is we are actively defunding the system. We are actively instituting budget cuts. We are not spending the money that gets allocated. We are mismanaging some of the money that gets allocated. And rife corruption means that a lot of the health budget, or a sizable proportion of the health budget, just gets stolen. That is defunding a healthcare system. And these four things result in disinvestment in a system at the same time as we talk about our intended move towards universal health coverage. Just in this year, this last budget, the real spend on health, so taking into account inflation, which we have to remember because inflation's real, we feel it in our pockets, but we also feel it in our health system. So taking into account inflation, the real spend per health user has decreased this year by 173 Rand, from 5,180 Rand per person to 5,007 Rand per person. We're putting less money towards each person who's accessing health in the public health system. There's been an 11.7% nominal cut in our health facility infrastructure grant, and that's on top of last year's cost containment measures, which cut the grant by 5.2%. That doesn't even account for inflation, and the reason for those cuts is underspending. Provinces are unable to spend the money to improve our health infrastructure, even as we see health facilities crumbling. In all the talk about compensation of employees and the spiraling budget, this year's budget saw a real decrease of 2.5% to compensation of employees. So there's a small increase when you don't take into account inflation. When you take into account inflation, it's a 2.5% decrease. That means we can't employ new healthcare workers, and the minister is having to juggle overtime, new graduates, new entrants to the market. It makes it impossible for us to staff our health system in the way we need it. We've seen 1.3 billion Rand cut to the HIV component of the district health programs grant. That's on top of the billion Rand that was taken out in the MTEF last year, and further cuts at the beginning of last year. We're seeing dramatic changes to the HIV grant. And of course, there has been the benefit of decreased costs of ARVs as a result of excellent negotiation by the South African Health Department. But instead of reinvesting into the HIV program or the system that makes it worse, we're removing that money from the health system. Of the health budget, we spend 0.06% on mental health care services. That's a real term decrease of 4.7% from last year, because we just left it the same, so it decreases by inflation. And this is in the context of our knowledge that 75% of people who need mental health care services aren't able to receive them. We've seen the Life Esidimeni disaster that took place only 8 years ago, when 144 people died because they were moved out of facilities, ostensibly to save money. We've seen a huge mental health crisis as a result of COVID or after COVID. We see massive mental illness amongst our young people, and yet we've decreased the amount we're going to spend on mental health this year. We've had an effective decrease to the health promotions levy or the sugar tax. That's a levy that's intended partly to tackle diabetes, which is South Africa's second biggest killer. And while there was an increase announced, it was never implemented, and then there was no increase this year. And so we've seen an effective decrease. It's less money for the fiscus and less of an incentive for people to stop drinking as many sugary drinks. And even where money has been allocated, it's not being spent. So Gauteng was allocated 784 million rand last year as a result of a lot of negotiation between civil society, national and provincial treasury, national and provincial health, for outsourcing of radiation oncology services for 3,000 people on a waiting list. And despite having had that money since March, Gauteng Health only put out a tender in December last year and still hasn't decided it. And so that means that where there is money available, where there are 3,000 people who are at risk of death, they're still on that waiting list, and people are dying every year. The money's available and we're not spending it. And of course, health remains a particularly corruption-vulnerable sector. And other than the excellent work of the SIU in investigating and seeking remedies when corruption has already occurred, we're not seeing nearly enough to prevent corruption. So all of these things result in a defunding of the health sector, and there are many things that we can do to improve that. It needs more funding, but it also needs better spending and less theft. What else must we do? We have to stop the stalled health system reform efforts. Talk of NHI has taken up the last 2 decades. The bill has passed. It contains real drawbacks that have been ignored for political reasons. But they're ignored at our peril because there are real problems in that bill. And the result of talking about the bill for the last 2 decades is that there has been not nearly enough done in terms of real health systems reform, things that could help the health system now and improve it into the future and prepare it better for NHI. Section 27 did some work interviewing people across public and private health, academia, treasury, other places in government, trade unions, civil society. And we interviewed people anonymously so that they didn't have to just give the party line, whatever that line may be, whether it's the private sector or government sector line. And what we found is that there is incredible levels of agreement across everyone about the desperate need for health system reform, and even importantly, agreement on how it can be done, on how interventions can be implemented now that will start building the system and, importantly, rebuilding the trust that is broken down through 2 decades of shouting at each other about what NHI should or shouldn't be. So there are things that we can do now to improve the healthcare system. And finally, what's the last thing that we should be doing in order to use health as an intervention tool to fight poverty and inequality and ensure rights realization? And it's linked to the other two. But that is that we need to recognize and take advantage of health's potential to contribute to resolving one of our major social ills, and that is the ill of gender inequality. We know that poverty is feminized. We know that women-led households are 40% poorer than male-headed households. We know also that women are the shock absorbers of the health system. It's a horrible term, but it's true. Women are the ones that feel when the health system fails. They feel it because unequal gender norms means that women have a disproportionate risk and prevalence of HIV. They know it because we have differentiated health needs, including reproductive and maternal health needs. And we know it because gender-based violence survivors require immediate medical attention, life-saving care, and specialized mental health and psychosocial support. So women feel first when the health system fails, and they're feeling it now. And because of this, the health system also has this incredible, unique potential to disproportionately benefit women, because women have better health-seeking behavior, partly because we need to. And so if you invest in a health system, you're investing in women. You're investing in this vulnerable population. And you're pushing forward not only individuals, but society and the economy as a whole. We know that the health system disproportionately employs women. So if you employ more people in the health system, you're disproportionately benefiting women. And yet we're seeing not only cuts to compensation of employees' budget, but also data from Reproductive, which is a monitoring tool of civil society, last year indicated that most women seeking contraceptive services in KwaZulu-Natal didn't get the contraception of their choice. Now, that's not to say they didn't get any contraception. They did. They get alternatives. But if you're a woman going to a clinic and last time you went, you got an injection, now you need to get a pill. The next time you get issued with condoms. This fundamentally disadvantages women. In addition to that, in the Eastern Cape, a province of 7 million people, so more than half of them are women, there are 2 health facilities providing second trimester abortions. 2. There are stockouts of contraception. It's difficult to obtain a first trimester abortion despite the law, and then it's almost impossible to obtain a second trimester abortion. These are health system failures that are disproportionately impacting women, and there are health system improvements that can disproportionately benefit women, and that's what we should be seeking to do. So in short, if we want to realize rights, if we want to use health as an intervention tool to fight poverty and to fight inequality and to improve people's quality of life, we need to stop disinvesting in health. We need to invest in health. We need to allocate sufficient funds. We need to spend those funds properly, and we need to stop the theft. Health has such good return on investment. There's a 5% multiplier for investment in health because of the increased life expectancy and increased labor productivity. And importantly, those returns on investment benefit people who are most vulnerable, including the poorest and including women. And we need to push health reform that will actually show results, that will show results now and into the future, and that will build the trust that we've systematically broken down over the last decades. And doing so, I suggest, will enable us as a country to build on the past 30 years and to make the right to health real for everyone in South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our last panelist will be Ms. Elsabi. Ms. Elsabi, as I've indicated earlier on, I've just discovered she's now an attorney and author of social security law. Can we welcome her with a round of applause?
Thank you, Madam Facilitator, and I acknowledge everybody here and all the dignitaries. It's a privilege being here. And to everybody else, good afternoon. Great. So I come from a family of teachers and preachers. And that's why I've got slides, okay? So you have to blame my genes for that. I'll try to be faster than 10 minutes, so let's see. So socioeconomic rights are important rights in our Constitution, but they all require of us to do things. It's not like you just need to let us vote and, we voted. Socioeconomic rights has got a specific thing and it's got a history in terms of what it requires of us. And what I'm going to talk about today is not health per se as a right, but I'm going to talk about access to social security as a right. And that is in Section 27. So I know, and because I work in the health sector, and just by the way, I'm no longer a proper lawyer. So people often say to me, you shouldn't even be talking about this. But when this right of access to social security was included in our Constitution, I taught law at the Free State Varsity, and I taught constitutional law. And everybody was in a flat spin on, what does social security mean? And I was the youngest person in the law faculty, and guess who got shipped off to get trained on what social security was? So social security is as important than access to healthcare, because the one is about how do we create the safety net. That's social security. How do we create the safety net? And it's more than just social assistance. The Constitution says it recognizes social assistance. It says, well, you cannot look after yourself, but it also says we have to have a contributory system where people are supporting each other, on the principle of solidarity. So, and often if I talk to other lawyers on this, the only thing that they know is insurance law. And I say, no, this is social security law. If we fight about the PMBs and the medical schemes, people say to me, but it's insurance law, you bought a bad option. It is not insurance law. And I think that's really, really important, that we understand that the field of law, if you're a lawyer, the field of law within which you operate is totally different. It is not that you bought a bad option and therefore you have bad benefits. Social security is fundamentally different. And at the time when I got exposed to this, we looked a lot at the International Labour Organization and their documents. So even our South African Human Rights Commission recognizes social security as an overarching concept with social assistance and social insurance. And we've got examples of what those are. We've got examples of both of them in South Africa. So social security creates the safety net, the solidarity, that if something bad happens to your health, like you suffer a heart attack, that you don't get plunged into poverty. It says we will catch you. And that is what social security is. And it pools risks, it pools funds, and those are all, on the left-hand side, are all the global principles. The right-hand one has the South African spin in our constitution on it. Human dignity is very important in how we interpret this. I work a lot with patients living with rare diseases, for example, and their human dignity are often seriously affected just because people don't know about their condition. They say, you know, how did you get this? And you guys shouldn't have had children because it's genetic, you know, that type of arguments. In South Africa, we also place a lot of emphasis on how vulnerable people are. And then the very important concept that our Constitutional Court has acknowledged, substantive equality, to recognize that we're not equal, and that in order to be equal, we have to do something to overcome this gap. So this concept of substantive equality is really important. Now, in trying to figure out what social security is, all of us got shipped off of all the law faculties to get trained on this. But there was also the Taylor Committee of Inquiry into Social Security. And I've highlighted there for you the ones, I don't know if you guys can properly see it, but it's basically health, it addresses road accident fund, disability, and then compensation for occupational injuries and diseases. And it was included in Prof. Vivian Taylor's report on what should we be doing in terms of making access to Social Security a reality. Now, Social Security in the health sector, and this is one of the things that the debates in terms of, for example, NHI are focused on access to healthcare and not really on the mechanisms that we need to create the safety net. The social assistance and social insurance is already recognized in the National Health Act. In a sense, we already have NHI for primary health care, and we just have said, except if you've got medical scheme cover, you can't access this primary care NHI for us. And if you are getting compensation for, so if you have occupational induced asthma, for example, you would also not be able to claim that. So we've got that already in our National Health Act. For medical schemes, we've got the PMBs. The PMBs simply say everybody's entitled to it, irrespective of your plan option, and you cannot run out of PMBs. And it's one of the big things as well that we often fight about is you cannot run out of PMB benefits. So it's again this thing, there is a safety net that's been created for us. And then there's no individual risk rating, and this is one of the key differences between normal insurance law and Social Security law. In normal insurance law, they'll say, oh, Elsaby, you've got high blood pressure, all the women in your family's got high cholesterol, blah, blah, blah. That means high premium, and you know what, lots of disclaimers and things that you can't access it. However, in this type of system, like we have with the PMBs currently, that can't happen. They cannot say you pay more because you're more ill. And it's one of the key principles in social security systems that we say we prevent the social exclusion, rather than say to you, well, it's up to you to make that work. So in the NHI bill, what I found really interesting is that there are two, in a schedule to the bill that says what other laws are we amending. It actually, if we think about to Prof. Taylor's committee's work, it addresses COIDA, the compensation fund, and it addresses the road accident fund. But it addresses it in different ways. So it says that in terms of COIDA, what we are taking the health bits out of COIDA, and we're putting it in the NHI fund. And then for the road accident fund, we say something different. We say there, the NHI fund will say at what level we will pay, which in a sense is a bit inconsistent with the court cases that we've now had between RAF and some of the medical schemes, for example. Because there we're not saying we're taking the money out of the RAF pot. We're saying we keep it there, but we will determine the funding system there. What I found interesting in this week when I looked at the portfolio committee on labor is that they seem to not be working into their plan to revamp the compensation fund, and there's even a longer term plan for legislative change. They're not working this in. And I was wondering why. Are we fragmenting this and not actually making sure that we've got an aligned system in terms of social security mechanisms? So when we were overseas, there are countries that have consolidated all their social security systems in one big fund. And if that is where we're going to, we need to be clear and consistent about that. And then the question is, are we progressively realizing not only access to healthcare, but access to social security? What are we doing to make the funding mechanisms, the safety net, that solidarity that we say we are preventing people from falling into poverty? What are we doing to progressively realize that? And so far we've spoken a lot about there's not enough money and we need to make sure there's more money, but we actually haven't addressed how exactly we're going to do that. And I think this is where we need to be honest in terms of what can we do. I read over the weekend the District Health Barometer, and it was such good reading to also look at discrepancies within a province, and even where I currently live between my district and other districts. And not all of it is explained. And I think we need to, and that is perhaps where health data and so on comes in. And NAPISA, Minister, do you guys know about NAPISA? The National Public Health Institute of South Africa that's supposed to help us with some of the data stuff. We need NAPISA because that will also help us, and then we can be here like the Statistician General this morning, and we'll just throw the stats towards everybody. And that's the end of my story, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite inputs. If you have a question, you must also provide a proposal so that we don't bring problems without solution. I'm always solution orientated. I'm going to recognize 2 hands here, 2 hands here, and 2 hands there. One, the white t-shirt, and there is another one at the back. You can come next to the mic. On this row, we've got the first one here, and the other one at the back. You are recognized. Yes, at the back. Yes. You are recognized. And then the pink. Is there any hand at the back? Oh, yes, I can see. Can we start? If we can be brief, then we'll be able to have time to get the second round.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Gcina Mahlachana. I'm from Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and I have no right here to complain or ask questions, rather than my right is to give a way forward. The indication of the presentation is that there is too much work that has been done. But the most unfortunate part is that the National Health Insurance is supposed by now to have been signed in. So we humbly request that the process of signing for the National Health Insurance should be speeded up. We understand that this is a crazy period, and unfortunately we are not sure which government will be in place, but we are begging that keep the good work that has already been done. It must never be thrown in a dustbin. Thank you.
Yes, set the bar very high. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mokoena Thomas Dihoro from Gauteng Department of Social Development, Men's Forum. Still on the issue of health, my concern referring to the recorded birth of 1,003,000 children that were born in 2020 statistics. More than 33,000 were born by the girls on the ages of 17 and below. And then unfortunately, 600 of them were born by the girls between the ages of 10 to 13. Now my question, which is a serious concern, is who are the fathers of those children? And as we are working to have our men correcting the social ills in the society, can it be mandatory during birth registration that the birth certificate must be unabridged so as to trace who's the father to this child? Because we are in a country whereby our children are growing fatherless, whereas we are here alive. And that will assist also to bringing to justice these men who are destroying our children at a very early age. Our girls, our women, they grow up being destroyed from an early age. And I'm glad we have a ministry for women, youth, and people with disabilities in the presidency. I noted something that out of 100 births this morning as I was listening, men or male children are more. However, they are weak not to be alive between the ages of 0 to 5 years. All right, maybe that's a natural weakness, I don't know. And then as they grow to the teenage, the character, the behavior, also it adds to the destruction of the lives of men. And as the ages we grow older, we find that we are having more women in the society than males. And now this is why our society is so exposed to unsafe environment. And can we at least also have Ministry of Men in the presidency? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mandla Pete from Mandla Pete Foundation. I'm representing the NGO sector. My question is to Dr. Phahla and the panelist who was talking about social development. Social development have decided to cut funding to NGOs. Premier Panyaza Lisufi called us at Galega Estate and told us that the government doesn't have money, but he does have money to pay Amapanyaza. Secondly, Dr. Phahla, I lost my mother at Khweramwe Kweramwerani Hospital in Vosloorus. We phoned the ambulance arrived 2 hours later. And the next thing, when we arrived at the hospital, my mother was attended after 11 hours. At that time, they were trying to help her. It was too late. She died unattended. She died on a wheelchair, and we were told that doctors are busy. Now, if really we're talking about human rights, what rights are we talking about that has made me not to have a mother today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Advocate Fezeka Makhano. I represent small businesses. And my issue, when we're speaking about the security safety net, most people don't look into the role that is played by small businesses in providing that safety net. And many times when these discussions are happening, no one talks about the challenges that are faced, in particular with small businesses. Okay, thank you. Small businesses that are predominantly black-owned, who do business with government, different departments, and even other organs of state and parastatals. It's a huge challenge that is happening now, where you find invoices are not paid within the 30 days that is prescribed by Treasury. And the consequences of those non-payments, some invoices going even up to 12 months and so. You find small businesses have employed 2 people, 3 people, and 4 people. Those people leave 3, 4 months sometimes, even up to 6, even 12 months. You will not believe it is happening. And it is a huge problem because you find the boss is suddenly a person of poverty with all the skill and all the work that they've provided for the state. Having provided services, I'm in the services sector, I'm an advocate, I'm a lawyer. I'm speaking also even for lawyers. So you find there is this huge challenge where suddenly a lawyer is in poverty, can't afford to pay for anything, even to pay the salaries of the staff. You get many getting sick, they can't even afford medical aids. Medical aids are cancelled when you don't pay for 3 months. It's a huge challenge. I want to propose this. As far as the Treasury has prescribed that small business must be paid within 30 days. And we have seen that. They have even put a guideline saying that there should be disciplinary measures for those who do not do anything about, who fail to pay people on time. There is a challenge that we're facing, that this particular guideline is not implemented at all. And the failure of its implementation, well, I don't want to talk much about what happens to all these other employees. The challenge, what I want to propose is that Treasury has got to be the implementer of that guideline. It will go a long way. And I want to propose that Treasury needs to have a way in which we can directly access Treasury whenever we have invoices that are 30 days outstanding, so that Treasury can immediately intervene. The other issue that we have also found is that even when there is no money, you find that work is still being outsourced. And this is what we view as a modern day slavery, which is you get poor small businesses to subsidize government. It cannot be right. It is nothing other than that modern day slavery. We are pleading as small businesses because there are no jobs. We know there's the expanded definition now that was explained of 41%. These are people that have decided, we want to start our own businesses and be self-sufficient. But they find themselves joining the groups of job seekers and unemployed. The final point that I want to say. Okay.
I was very generous with time. Can we allow the others?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Protocol observed. My name is Elizabeth Bass. I'm from the Traditional Health Practitioners, THPs. Minister, I've heard you saying all these good things, but I just want to know about the traditional health practitioners. Are we involved? Because it's every time, especially when you want us to make events, you want us to make awareness, like on Sunday and on Wednesday. We are going to Sharpeville on the 21st, is the Human Rights Day. On the 24th, it's Sunday. We are going to TB awareness. And the ministers will be there. Even the president will be there. But we are not recognized as THPs. We are also referring clients to the clinics, because you know very well that clients are coming to THPs before they go to the clinics. And as the department has trained us, we usually refer them to the department, but you don't refer back, and we don't know what is going on. Especially, we've got clients that we treat the diseases that the Western can't treat. And we are not recognized because I can't write a letter for that client. He or she must go and buy a letter to the Western doctor. So please, Minister, do something. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bafana Dube from Azania Africa Initiative, the first deputy chairperson of men's sector in Johannesburg. Mine is two program director. The first one is that of sex workers. When we speak of access to healthcare, sex workers are still discriminated and stigmatized when they get to health facilities. I think it will be proper to make sure that the professionals that are in health facilities, whether nurses or doctors, are trained, well trained to deal with sex workers. Because one, theirs is mainly on reproductive health, and secondly is on mental health. So if there are challenges of them accessing the health facilities, then there are repercussions in terms of their health. Secondly, there's the issue of people living with HIV. In terms of treatment, people will move from one area to another or migrate. When they get to a health facility, they'll be required to bring a letter, and only to find that the person went there for a funeral and did not anticipate that they will stay longer than expected. Now they'll be told that there must be a letter from a clinic in Johannesburg. At that time, that person is in Kwantuzuma in KZN. How are they going to get that letter? And there was a program that was introduced by the previous minister, Dr. Mutsualedi, the Welcome Back campaign, which also is difficult for people who have defaulted on treatment to come back, because they will be shouted on and all those things, and not understanding the social impacts of them having to default. It also goes back to the issue of a social package, social security, to say people are living in poverty and cannot be able to take medication on an empty stomach. So those are the issues I wanted to bring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one, then I'll ask.
Thank
Good
you, Program
afternoon.
Director. My name is Caroline Sitsiba. Today I'm from Amantunga Royal Kingdom. I want to raise just a few issues and then make a proposal. I'll be very brief as per the directive. The issue of the facilities, the health facilities, I'll call it a crisis in Leratong Hospital and Yusuf Dadoo Hospital, which are two big hospitals in the West Rand, which services the West Rand and the Johannesburg West. Yusuf Dadoo has deteriorated. It is in a very, very bad state. Policies are there, budgets are approved, and all of that. Good things are said, but the issue of the implementation is still an issue. That facility looks like it's almost at the point of being closed, Yusuf Dadoo. Leratong is overcrowded. It's affected, the nurses there, it's just a problem. The people stay there for a long time. It services that big area, which includes all the mega projects that are in that area. The problem of working in silos in government is a problem. I want to propose that moving forward, as the NHI is going to be implemented, government should take into consideration the issue of alignment of implementation processes. The NHI, to ensure that there are other facilities that are built in the areas, an assessment must be made of how many people are serviced in one facility, including the issue of building the mega projects, because it's just that there's no time. I would unpack what I'm talking about, but that issue of alignment in the process of implementing the NHI, further building the mega projects, as well as making sure that there are facilities. Thank you very much. I'm so pressed, I have to run to the...
MEC. So my hand was up there, but if you are saying I should sit down, I will do that. I will respect you.
Because you are already there ambushing me in less than a minute.
No. I'm Fanos Shows. I'm the Deputy Chair of Songaja Justice. I'm a lecturer at Durban University of Technology. I will speak to, my question is directed to social development around population issues. 1998, the policy on population has ever been reviewed. When it's going to be reviewed, what are we dealing with population issues? Let me just, an issue here is 1994, we're told that we're 40 million, now we're 62 million. It means in 30 years' time will be 90 million. So what are we doing in terms of policy and ensuring that we resource and we plan as government? So the last question is around the issue of Kenya has a population commission. Are we considering having a population commission in South Africa that is going to actually administer and look and monitor issues of population? Thanks, MEC.
Thank you very much. I'm going to request from Sasha Jah so that they take those who want to respond, if you don't have, so that the minister can wrap up on anything that's outstanding. Jah, it's about social development.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I couldn't hear the last question very clearly. I'm not sure whether there's time to repeat it or whether we should take it offline.
Because it's important. As South Africa are considering having a population commission like other countries like Kenya.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, our approach to population policy has been somewhat different from many other countries. The population policy does make provision for an advisory body, which for various reasons has not been created yet. At the moment, led by the Department of Social Development, you know, the government departments, as well as together with the presidency, as well as with academics, are reviewing and evaluating progress with the implementation of the population policy, including its institutional arrangements. So in the new term of government, there will be a report that goes to Cabinet, and it will obviously contain recommendations. Whether that would include a recommendation for a commission or not, that depends obviously on the outcome of stakeholder consultations. I think then there was just a few questions that went in different directions, but just one on a comment on the teenage pregnancies remark and question. The National Population Unit, together with provinces, undertook research, let's say around 10 years ago, across all provinces on factors associated with teenage pregnancies. And what that research yielded was that there are, like, if you summarize them, about 24 different individual factors that combine in different ways in instances of each individual teenage pregnancy. So teenage mothers, teenage fathers were interviewed in depth by experts. And the key recommendation that came out of that process of research has been that one needs to understand the individual factors and how they combine. It is not all teenage pregnancies, or not even most teenage pregnancies, that result from what we often imagine, must have been the cause of a teenage pregnancy, for example, coerced sex. And for us, as service providers in government, to properly communicate with young people about sexual and reproductive health matters, we need to get into the shoes of the young people. We need to understand where they come from, what their issues are, what their fears are, etc., etc. As long as we are not, going to have the benefit of understanding what drives teenage pregnancies and being able to put in place a substantial response that takes care of the needs of all teenagers, and particularly girl children. So I think that is something that, more could have been done on. Definitely, as one advocates for a sexual and reproductive justice approach, it is something that we, as we move forward, amongst the departments of social development, health, and basic education especially, need to go back to those research reports, study them, and ask ourselves, how do we reshape the service offering that we make to young people in order to be able to respond better to teenage pregnancies, and then obviously isolate where there is criminality involved and deal with it in accordance to what has been recommended. But that's not the only driver of teenage pregnancies. Then on the NGO funding cuts, what you've cited is a provincial budget decision, but I think the National Department of Social Development is well on record about our concern on the really limited funding that's available, not only through the Departments of Social Development nationally and provincially, but other departments as well, to fund non-governmental organizations and non-profit organizations, because such organizations play a critical role in social development service delivery. The entire social development sector has been organized to offer a service that's implemented jointly by civil society organizations and the government. That was the vision of the founders of the portfolio way back, starting with former Minister Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi. And what we obviously, I'm not going to elaborate too much, but what we obviously need to do, I know we've been doing it, but we need to do it better, is to put our heads together as social development department and civil society organizations and look at how do we convey the point better? How do we explain both to Treasury as well as the private sector, this is the return on the investment that you make in services that are delivered through non-profit organizations. And then finally, on the sex worker question and stigma, sex workers are very stigmatized in the system, but many other people are stigmatized as well. Young people are stigmatized. Persons with disabilities are often stigmatized. You know, so one hears those stories, and I think that is why it is so important for us as government, but also as practitioners in the human rights environment, to take an approach of, you know, asking what is justice there, and what is the justice there? Because certainly if one has access to a service that you have a right to, but you do not feel comfortable utilizing that service because of the manner that it's being delivered to you, then you are not enjoying justice. And I think that is something that we definitely, I know we've got all our M&E models, et cetera, but we need to put our heads together on how does one start, you know, assessing justice, and particularly at the level of 62 million individuals. It needs a societal reorientation in which the government can play an important leadership role, but obviously it needs the whole of society to buy into such a project. I think I've answered all those to social development. Thank you very much, MEC.
I will ask the minister, you don't have anything. Yeah, let's ask the minister to respond.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the contributions. On the issue of the NHI being finalized, let me just, I don't speak on behalf of the president, but just to say that what we understand clearly is that in terms of the president's obligations, in terms of the constitution, the president is expected to apply his mind on any bill which is passed by parliament. In applying his mind, he needs to get whatever expertise, legal and so on, because the president is not expected to be simply a rubber stamp. If there are issues which at the end, after whatever, you know, expert advice on various aspects, the president is expected to also raise those issues. So we must just be patient, because he's held by the constitution accountable to apply his mind on any law which comes to his desk. I think on the issue, just also to add my own comments on the issue of underage pregnancies below the age of consent. This indeed is a matter of concern to all of us, and would like a situation where, especially where the other party is somebody who's an adult person, that the law must take its course. Of course, it also going to depend on disclosure, but I hear the participant there looking at actually making it obligatory, that the name should also be on the documents, including the birth certificate on the abridged. Well, that part, at the end, it's because any engagement by an adult person in sexual relations with an underage, it's actually illegal. It's statutory rape. By law, that person should actually be charged, but it all depends on the availability of the information, ultimately. I'm really very sad to hear about the account of the gentleman who reported there about experience at Telemukharane Hospital and the ambulance. It does emphasize the fact that we do need working together with colleagues in the front line, at district level, provincial level, the issue of feedback and follow up on kind of unacceptable practice, including the response times, including also, one would expect, one is at the emergency services level, that, there should be checks and balances in terms of monitoring, so that there is also access to where you can elevate if the problem, if you're waiting and nothing is happening. But it's even more said at the hospital level, where you expect that there should be frontline health workers who would assess, accepting the fact that especially on certain days and nights, many of our public hospitals, because of the other social ills, including interpersonal violence, drugs and alcohol, leading to all those, there are certain times when you find that our emergency areas are quite congested. But even in those cases, one expects that there should be expert health workers who are dispatched to be able to assess the state of all patients who are waiting to be attended, so that those who are in critical condition can be moved in terms of what is called a triaging of patients, so that those who are in very serious conditions can be seen quicker and be attended to. I think it's okay that we can follow up, if the gentleman doesn't mind, to, after this session, just to engage further and see if is willing for us to make a further follow-up. I know that in terms of himself and the family, it's too late, but I think the purpose of engagement would be, how do we prevent other people from experiencing similar situations, and how do we improve, as I say, working with all our colleagues at the frontline levels of hospital management, districts, and also provincial level, so that such experiences can be reduced, if not totally eliminated. To our traditional health practitioners, it's really a very, it's something which has been going on for very long. We currently, as you would know, have an interim traditional health practitioners council, and also the act under which it's appointed is an interim health practitioners council act. What was envisaged was that this will create a platform through which the various role players can then engage, so that we can arrive at a state where we can be able to agree on how the sector will be regulated. Because in order to arrive at a situation where the practitioners will be able to have the kind of experience which the speaker was talking about, it does mean that there must be certain standards and certain agreed standards of practice, and the sector needs to be regulated. Now, probably less than a year ago, we met in this very hotel with the sector, just across another hall down here, for 2 days. But at the end, there wasn't very good agreement in terms of the way forward. And, we did again, because the term of the previous interim council had also expired, we did put together a further interim council and CEO. It's an area which we agreed that we need to re-engage again. But one of the things which was quite tricky in the discussions, because members of the sector accepted the issue of registration so that there could be recognition, but there were also, but at the same time, there was a significant disagreement on being regulated, because many of the members were saying they don't want to be regulated. They are okay with being registered so that they can be recognized in terms of practice, but the issue of regulation, they were not happy about. So those are the things which we still need to thresh out, because in order for the sector to be properly, recognized, there has to be minimum agreements, for instance, which are the practices which then would be recognized in terms of the Act, and how do you then also recognize, well, the practice, which practices, and also consequently, how do the practitioners then get registered? And those are the things which we still outstanding. So until those are sorted out, and we probably would just have to create another opportunity where those matters can be revisited, and hopefully sooner rather than later we'll reach an agreement on those issues. The matter of stigma on sex workers at the health facilities, there is a training programs which the department has been engaged in making sure that our frontline primary, especially primary health, but also at hospital level, in terms of our frontline health workers being trained so that the issue of stigma should not be arising again, but clearly it's still not enough. But it will be useful also from the sector if we do get feedback, so that there can also be targeted intervention at facilities where the practitioners are still not understanding the fact that it is it's very unprofessional for them to have particular attitudes towards a particular sector of our society. And then the issue of people living with HIV when they move from one area to another, we do hope that we have prioritized in terms of the electronic patient record system that people living with HIV and also those on treatment for TB are being prioritized to be the first ones on the electronic patient record system, so that this can be portable, so that if a person, because currently we're losing a lot of people both to TB and also to HIV in terms of the migration, some looking for work and so on, and unable to have that transfer letter because they go to an area looking for work, they find the work, and then they don't have the time to then go back to where they ordinarily resident to get that letter. So we hope that with the finalization of the electronic record system, all this will be able to be addressed. The matter of West Rand and Yusuf Dadoo and Leratong, we will follow up on the matter because I was at some stage some few years ago visited Yusuf Dadoo Hospital, but I was not aware that there are problems such that the hospital may end up being closed, because the two do serve different purposes as serving quite a big population of the West Rand. So it's a matter which we will follow up with the MEC and her team in the Gauteng province. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. After handing over 86 ambulances around your area there in Jane First, one of the caller on the radio said to me, MEC, the ambulance, watch. Give your EMS people the watches, because still they don't know time, because now the ambulance they have, but they don't understand time. So we will have to work on those attitudes that are continuously being demonstrated by our employees. But we need to work together. I'm going to request and invite the minister in the presidency responsible for women, youth, people with disability. Today they say they want men to be included in the portfolio by popular demand. So Minister Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, they want to hear your voice, just for you to say something.
Thank you very much. I don't know what You want me to comment on the men's department? That's the president's prerogative. But let me just say something on health. Just to stress what the minister said, that the health of the nation is not only determined by the health system. It's actually determined by a lot of things. First, what you eat. Food is so important, the balanced diet, because it determines your immune system, it determines a lot of things. So clean water, clean energy. In the hospitals, I went to one hospital, I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't see a burns unit because children are no longer burned because many people have electricity. So you can see that those things determine health. Clean air, but alcohol and drug abuse is such a problem. And it determines what happens at the emergency at the hospital. And if we can really deal with alcohol abuse, maybe in the way we dealt with smoking in public might help. But I also want to talk about teenage pregnancy. Teenage pregnancy is not the teenagers that make teenagers pregnant, it's older men. And why do we call these older men blessers? Because if we call them blessers, then it means the teenagers think, well, I'm blessed to have this man abusing me. So I think we should also, as society, language informs attitude, and attitude informs behavior. So I think we should do away with such terms as blessers. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We wanted that contribution of word of wisdom. I think we have come to the end of the presentations and the discussions. I want to appreciate all of you for being such a wonderful audience, and also for our panelists. Now you will be rewarded by lunch. All of you will have to go to Serengeti, where you are going to be served. However, the panelists, we still want to continue with them at the back. We're not discriminating, you are both equal. But let's all go to Serengeti and allow our panelists to go behind this hall. We must be here at 14:40 because we... So it will be 10 minutes. Now they've misled me. I thought it's still in. Hey, where is, what time are they supposed to come back? It's, hey? They must get 40 minutes. 40. Oh no, she has amended her time. You are being rewarded with 40 minutes for lunch. But we must all come back. Thank you very much.
Send the stage, please. We will deal with the rapporteurs later. We're taking the panel on protection of vulnerable groups. Professor Tsepo Madlingozi will facilitate the panel. Ushers, please, at the back, can you assist us and get delegates to get back to the auditorium? Can the sound reach the auditorium, the dining hall? It can reach the dining hall. Delegates, please, we request you to return to the auditorium. We are proceeding with plenary. Ushers at the back, please assist us. Can someone go to Serengeti to get the delegates to come back here? So there's no one there. Delegates, please, we request you to return to the main hall, the main plenary. May we please take our seats, ladies and gentlemen, so that the panel can begin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the facilitator is now taking over of the next panel. Professor Tsepo Madlingozi, I hand over to you.
Let's take our seats. So we are going to start. I know it's after lunch. Everyone is lethargic because of the good lunch that we had. But I promise you, we've got a powerful, powerful panel that is going to provoke you, energize you, but also inspire us. My name is Tsepo Madlingozi. I'm a commissioner at the Human Rights Commission, and it's my honor to be moderating this panel. We are slightly behind time, so the panelists, you will have less time than we had planned. I used to be a teacher, a professor, so when it comes to timekeeping, I am very, very strict. So on the panel, we have Minister Nkosana Dlamini Zuma. We also have DM John Jeffrey, very encyclopedic. The third panelist is Steve Litsike from the South African National AIDS Council. The fourth speaker, Dr. Shozi, the Deputy Chairperson of Sonke Gender Justice. Unfortunately, Professor Albertine could not join us.
That's not Steve. I think that must be Cardinal Modiri, I think. But it's not Steve.
Are you sure?
Steve is not here. I know it's Steve.
Okay. Let me make sure. So unfortunately, we have also lost another panelist,
Steve Litsike, but we do have Cardinal Dr. Mudiri with us. So we are going to start. I won't do the overview, but we know that the issues that we are addressing intolerances and inequalities, are the main theme of this conference. There is no human rights when we have such levels of inequalities, when we have such levels of intolerance. So the panelists are going to speak to this subject, and I hope it will really inspire you. We'll start with the minister for about 50 minutes. The other panelists, unfortunately, I'll give you less time, about 10 minutes each, and then we'll take it there. So can we put our hand together to welcome the minister, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, facilitator, and good afternoon to the panelists and all of you. I'm a bit disappointed. I don't know whether this reflects how we view vulnerable groups, because the house is a quarter full or even less. So I hope it's not part of the discrimination of the vulnerable groups. But having said that, I want to just start by saying, well, congratulations, our democracy is about to be 30 years, and in that 30 years, a lot has happened. If we look at vulnerable groups, maybe using mainly women and persons with disability, before '94, we really had no rights. They had very little freedoms, if at all. Especially black women and persons with disability. They, of course, together with black people, but women and persons with disability had bore the brunt of discrimination. They had no freedoms of movement, were controlled by past laws. You know, those who lived in town will know that at some stage, men were allowed to come and work in the towns, but their families and their wives were not allowed to join them. One of the apartheid ministers called them unnecessary appendages, so they don't need to be there. So they were left in the homelands, they were left in the rural areas, and of course they had no freedom to choose their employment. They had even no right to choose their residence. They have no right to choose the school where their children will go to. They had no right to choose the health facility that their children could go to. They pretty much had no right. They had no right to even buy land. Even if they could buy it, they had no right to do so. So the discrimination was overall. There was no way where you could say women, black women, had an advantage. They were not allowed to participate in political activities, just like black men were not. But they were also not allowed to participate in the economy. And their lives were just mainly in the domestic sphere. That's where we were supposed to be. And they were not, some of us were not even allowed to to go and open an account in a shop without a man signing for you. Even if you were working, you were treated as a minor. So, but let me say that changed, not out of charity, because of the struggle that women also led. We know that women led the struggle for women's rights and for everybody's rights, together with a lot of other people. And if we look at what has happened now, we now have equality before the law. That's what the Constitution says. I won't dwell too much on the Constitution because we have a constitutional expert that will follow me. But the Constitution gives us equality before the law. It also gives us rights. It gives women rights. Women's rights are human rights. Rights of persons with disability are human rights. Rights of LGBTQAI+ are human rights. So the Constitution has done very well to give us those rights. We are now, we can vote, we can be voted for, which was not the case before. We have reproductive rights as women. We have freedoms, but let me say, those freedoms are there. We have legislation. I can go through a litany of legislation. We are free to move anywhere. We have freedom of residence, freedom of work, freedom of education, access to, we even have a law that allows us to claim maintenance for our children. But there is something in South Africa, we still have triple challenges of poverty, of unemployment and inequality. If you look at poverty, who is affected most? Poverty in the world, not just in South Africa, is the face of a woman. And of course, persons with disability also get affected. And unemployment, the most who are unemployed are women as we speak. But we have these rights. What limits them? As black women, you'll recall that we were oppressed as black people. We were oppressed as women, and we were oppressed as part of the working class. So we say we have these freedoms, and I agree. But class still limits us. Because maybe I want to go and live in Bryanston, but the price limits me. I want my children to go to a particular school, but the price. I want to go to a particular hospital, but I don't have the money. So we've replaced some of these discriminations with, we have put finance as a barrier. So you can't choose where you live. The Constitution allows you, but the price will limit you. You may want to buy a house somewhere, you can't. Even what you want to eat. You may want to have a very balanced diet, but do you have the means? Do you have the money to buy it? Access to health is better. The public hospitals are accessible, but the public hospitals allow you, but if the nearest hospital to you is a private hospital, you can't go because of price. If you don't have medical aid, you are not going to be accepted there. So class remains a big barrier to all these freedoms that we have. It determines where you live, where you go to school, which hospital you use, and many other things. When it comes to persons with disability, it's the same. Now, let's look at the economy. Women who are participating in the economy tend to participate in the informal sector. Some a small business, but mainly in the informal sector. And even when you talk about access to finance, when it comes to women, people talk about microfinance, micro business. What's micro about women? What's micro about us? We don't want micro this. Yes, some may get micro, but we need to have access to finance generally, not microfinance. We want to have access to the economy generally, to business, not only to the informal sector. But I think the financial sector is a big handicap to all of us, even to black men, but more so than to women. And I think we need to transform the financial sector. Those are some of the things that we still need to do. We've done a lot. We're in parliament, 46% of women, of parliamentarians are women. Before, we all know sometimes there'll be one woman, Helen Suzman, but now we do have lots of women in parliament. And that's something great. We have persons with disability. That's something great. We now can see even in the judiciary, we are just about to have a woman chief justice. That's progress. We have now women vice chancellors, which we didn't have before. So that's progress. We have lots of women professors. Even in the religious sector, some have women bishops. I'm sad to say in my church, we don't even have a priest. That's a woman. There's still a big struggle. But there is progress. But on the things that really matter, women don't have access to land. Even in the rural areas where land is there, some of the traditional leadership still don't allocate land to women. And I think that is something that must change. Because without land, there isn't much you can do. Can't build a house, let alone grow your food, let alone have a business. So those are some of the things that still need to be done. With persons with disability, we need to ensure that they have access just to buildings. There are lots of buildings in this country where persons with disability cannot access. Yes, we have policies that allow them to access those buildings, but practically, they are not able to. We have made sure that there is a quota for persons with disability to be employed in the public, in the private sector. But is that quota met? How many of us have met that quota? It was 2%, we have increased it to 3%. It needs to be met because we need to increase it up to 7%. So all of us here must ask ourselves, in our space, are we ensuring that persons with disability have access to our buildings, have access to employment, have access to everything that all of us have? And I also want to talk about climate change, especially as it relates to persons with disability. And also, even man-made disasters, natural man-made disasters, have a different impact on persons with disability. Just think about it. Even in a hotel, we are told that if there is fire, there'll be a siren. What about a deaf person? We are told you must go down the stairs. What about somebody who can't go down the stairs? So there's still a lot that needs to be done to meet the rights of persons with disability. Even in evacuation, we need to think about them. How do we evacuate a person who's blind, person who's on a wheelchair, and all that? I also want to just say something about families, because families some of the families tend to, I don't know, maybe get embarrassed when they have children with disability and they don't ensure that they have access to all the services that are available. And I think we must help the families to make sure that all the children who have disabilities access all their rights, access all the services. I also want to appeal to all of us. It's such a disgrace, really, that people with albinism are hunted for some muti or something. We must protect. We must protect everyone. And I think our traditional leaders must not really get into that space. And we must all fight that. You remember during HIV, at the height of HIV/AIDS, some of the traditional healers were telling men, if you sleep with a virgin, you'll be cured of AIDS. Yes, they were saying that, and rape was increasing amongst young girls. So we must really deal with those things up front. Just like teenage pregnancy, we must deal with it up front, because it's mainly older men. Then the issue of GBV and femicide is also a big problem. And it's exacerbated by alcohol abuse and drug abuse, but it's also exacerbated by poverty and the fact that some women do not have a means to look after themselves. So they'll stay there because this man is looking after them, even when they are being abused. But also families are part of that, and I think we should think about ourselves, how we raise young boys and girls. Do we raise them as equal? Do we raise them so that they ensure that they can protect each other, the brother and the sister? Or do we allow the brother to bully the sister? I always find it very strange when a boy can come in and he wants a cup of tea and he says the sister must make a cup of tea. He is thirsty, but the sister must stand up and make tea. Why? And the parents keep quiet. And if you allow that as a parent, that boy will grow up and bully his wife and girlfriends. So it's important as a family to create an environment that does not encourage gender-based violence and femicide. Because young people and adults, they bring back to society what society teaches them as children. So, and also at weddings, what do we say to the bride at weddings? I always get very distressed when they are telling the bride, no, you must begazela, you must persevere, you mustn't talk about problems. If you're beaten up every day, you mustn't talk. I don't think that's right. And they don't say that to the men. They don't say persevere, they say to the bride. And some of the women persevere until they get out of their homes in a coffin, being killed by these men because at home they were told to persevere. I think we must look at all those things as women and as families. But let me say that one of the things that we are encouraging, and we would like all of you who are in positions where you procure stuff to have preferential procurement for women, for persons with disability, and for youth. And the law is coming to make sure that that happens. Because if we don't do it, women will be left behind, persons with disability and young people will be left behind. So preferential procurement, you don't have to wait for the law. You can do it now if you are in that space. And 40% for women. We're not even claiming the 50 plus that we are in the population. We're just saying 40. And 7% for persons with disability. 30 for youth. So those are the things that all of us in our spaces can do. And I also think that we must have our budgets done in a way that they are gender responsive. If I can ask all of you here in your spaces, can you tell me how much of your budget goes to women? How much of it goes to persons with disability? Very few, if any, will be able to tell me that. So all of us must be able to do that to assist our good constitution and our laws that we have put in place. But now we must put things into practice. Maybe let me just talk about one of the programs that we are working on, which I think if it's implemented properly, it will be a big game changer amongst young people, young men, women. It's a program that we are working on with the Defense Force. We have agreed with the Defense Force that there's no skill that doesn't exist in the Defense Force. And it's peacetime. So we want the Defense Force to take young people and skill them in different skills and not end there. Skill them, do entrepreneurial development, do R&D, commercialization, and start small industries with these young people. We're working with the Defense Force together with the CSIR. And we are going to start in 5 areas, which may be increased later. It's in agriculture, it's in infrastructure, engineering, it's in digital technologies, it's maritime and oceans economy, and in the defense industries. So we hope that these young people will not just be trained and go out to look for jobs, but they'll be trained, they will do their R&D, they will develop their products and commercialize so that we can have young industrialists coming up. I don't have a watch, so I'm going to round up by saying, somebody once said, don't tell me about your priorities, show me your budget, and the budget will tell me what your priorities are. What is the budget that we give to the vulnerable groups? Does it reflect what rights they have? Does it reflect what our Constitution says? I won't tell you, you must go and look at the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that very comprehensive overview. I think the issue of intersectionality, very, very important. How the multiple axes of oppression on gender, sexuality, class, conspire to keep vulnerable groups, further marginalized. I think the minister emphasized that. But also the two axes of evil, the economy and culture, and by culture here I mean patriarchy. You can have all the good laws that you have, but if your economy is still colonized, still untransformed, those of you who are Marxist, like Justice Dennis Davis, you will know that the economy is the base and other things are the superstructure. So how do we decolonize our economy so that women, people living with disabilities can really benefit? And then lastly, the minister highlighted some limitations. You can have the best constitution, you can have the best laws, you can have formal equality, but do you have substantive equality? So, Deputy Minister, I hope as you present on some of the good laws that we have, but how do we reach equality of outcome in some of these things? Deputy Minister, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Commissioner Mandlingozi. I also want to take a bit of a historical perspective. Before 1994, South Africa was about colonial and apartheid white domination. It was a society of exclusion. And if you were a black person, you weren't equal to a white person. You were treated as inferior, and the same applied to women. There was a state religion. It wasn't just Christianity, it was Calvinism. And if you weren't Calvinist, you were on a lower tier. But if you were some other religion, you were Muslim, you were Hindu, that was something completely out of the picture. If you were of a different sexual orientation, you were effectively illegal. And so in that pre-democracy South Africa, people that were different were ostracized. So this is something that we've had to reverse over the past 30 years, and that has been caused by the Constitution and the transformative nature of our Constitution. And transformation is by its very nature a constitutional imperative. In 2006, at the University of Stellenbosch, former Chief Justice Pius Langa delivered an address called Transformative Constitutionalism. And in his address, he talks about what he understands transformative constitutionalism to be, and he says, "This is a magnificent goal for a constitution, to heal the wounds of the past and to guide us to a better future. For me, this is the core idea of transformative constitutionalism that we must change." So that's just by way of background. Now, obviously, when we came to the new constitution, well, it was the interim constitution that came into effect on midnight of the 26th of April 1994, a constitution that had been negotiated by the different political parties and eventually passed by the White and the tricameral parliament. There was a fundamental shift It was an inclusive constitution. It was emphasizing diversity. And a lot of this came, without knowing it's sensitive to talk about party political issues, but the drive for this came from the African National Congress as a sort of opposition or alternative to the exclusionary and dominatory nature of the former regime. And so it's quite interesting if you look at the ANC's constitutional principles dated April 1991. So it was before the process started. And if you look at what's in there and tick it off as to what is in the constitution that we have today, issues of sexual orientation and the dignity of people of different sexual orientation were in that 1991 document of constitutional principles. But basically we have now we've now got the final constitution, an inclusive constitution, trying to build an inclusive society, recognizing people's differences. So it starts with the preamble: South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We have the equality clause of everyone being equal before the law and the right to equal protection and benefit of the law. But then it's not a static interpretation of equality. It goes on to say, equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. Measures to protect and advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination may be taken. You also then have freedom of religion. When it comes to the issue of languages, we used to have 2, which was English and Afrikaans. We had 11. We've now got 12 with South African Sign Language. But even though that's a recent amendment to the Constitution, there was a provision in the Constitution that the Pan-South African Language Board must promote the use of South African Sign Language. So we've got a Constitution that is very much emphasizing the rights of people to dignity and the rights of people to equality. Since then, I mean, again, in terms of the Constitution, legislation has to be enacted to realize the right of equality, and that legislation is PAPUDA, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. And that was passed in 2000, that extended the categories where there shouldn't be discrimination. So in 2000, the issue of discrimination against people who had HIV or AIDS was a big issue. That was put into PAPUDA. The issue of intersex people, it was put into a 2005 amendment to PAPUDA that people that were intersex should not be discriminated against. And other legislation was passed allowing for transgender people to change alteration of sex determination legislation. So these are all things that basically developed. So the emphasis very much is on vulnerable groups and their rights to both dignity and equality. The issue's been raised, what do you do to enforce these rights? Again, it's in PAPUDA. You can go to an equality court, and there's an equality court at every magistrate's court, at every regional court, at every high court, to have your rights enforced if you feel there's discrimination. So I would argue that it does make it more accessible. Obviously lawyers can be expensive, and if you can't get public funding for your case, the courts do allow you to bring that case yourself. But as far as dealing then with issues of vulnerable groups, some of the things that we've done, particularly as Department of Justice, when it comes to children, there's a whole different dispensation for children in trouble with the law, the Child Justice Act. And that is there to try and, as far as possible, keep children out of the criminal justice system and allow them to be diverted and to correct their behavior without sending them to prison. And the number of child prisoners, child inmates rather, has dropped dramatically. There's a big focus on survivors of gender-based violence as a vulnerable group in terms of domestic violence, protection orders, processes that can be followed, special courts, sexual offences courts for victims or survivors of sexual offences. The NPA establishing and rolling out Tutuzela care centres, and that's also been replicated by the police. So those are some of the measures. I just briefly, in the time left, want to speak about 3 areas. So when it comes to the rights of LGBTIQ+ people of different sexual orientation, gender identity or expression or sex characteristics. In 2013, I think it was, the then Minister of Justice established a national task team looking at violence against LGBTI people. And that was a partnership between government and civil society. Recently, last year, that task team was extended to look at sexual orientation, gender expression and identity, and sex characteristic matters. So there's an ongoing program looking at issues relating to sexual orientation, gender identity, etc. There's also then a rapid response team to monitor the hate crimes against members of those communities who've been subject to hate crimes. The second aspect I wanted to speak about is regarding foreigners as a vulnerable group. And there's a national action plan to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. And that was when Cabinet adopted the National Action Plan in 2019. And it's a strategy and effort to address issues of particularly xenophobia against people in South Africa. The last issue, and it's the last piece of legislation, and it's now been passed by Parliament, it's with the President for assent, is the Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill, which is also aimed at dealing with hate crimes against vulnerable people. So a hate crime is basically an existing crime that has been committed because of a motive of a dislike, I'm paraphrasing quite a bit, but a dislike of the group that the victim belongs to. And those, when it comes into effect, would be, I think, better dealt with. There's provision for the mandatory use, effectively, of victim impact statements. They have to be led unless the prosecution explain why not. And then there's also hate speech, which is also looking at trying to protect vulnerable people. So saying things, you can commit hate speech if you are denigrating or endangering an albino person, a person with albinism. So the category has widened quite substantially. So it's basically, this is meant to be, I think, reflections. In summary, I think a lot has been done. We need to monitor the implementation of the laws and the policies that we've passed, and we need to look at where those laws and policies need to be improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Ours is not just a political liberal constitution, it's a transformative constitution. Transformative in a sense that it is a political project aimed at helping those who are facing marginalization and other vulnerabilities. DG, we need a separate conference on equality courts. The equality courts are underutilized in South Africa, and the equality courts were supposed to be the vehicle for easy access to justice. So really, the issue of the equality courts, thank you, DM, for emphasizing that. We really need a separate conference seminar. And also, DM, thank you for emphasizing the partnership between the state and civil society, because it is that partnership that really helps us to identify problems, but also to come up with solutions. May I now call upon the Cardinal Dr. Shole from the South African Union Council for Independent Churches. Please, let's put our hands together for him.
Father, thank you, Lord Almighty God. God, our Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit, take control of the situation, the environment, locate your hand to your children. Amen. Greetings, beloved. I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I'm proud to be a Christian. I'm proud to be the servants of the Most High God. As I stand here, I stand here before you as a cardinal, as a custodian of the church in the Southern Africa, in the Far East African continent. I sit here as a president of South African Union Council of Independent Churches, Pentecostal, Charismatic, Evangelical Outreach Ministry in South Africa. I sit here as a member of the Council of South African Social Services Council and a board member of the Child Care Workers. So I will be advocating for the child. Beloved, I'm very proud of the Minister of Justice, Ronald Lamola. It brings back when I was a chaplain, national chaplain with Reverend Mehana. He was a youth of the ANC. I even went to bury his friend, one of the youth in KZN. So I'm proud today to address you, Minister, Honorable Minister, today. DG, I'm proud to select me. I don't know how did you get hold of me to find that I'm relevant to address the reflection of protection of the rights of the vulnerable groups under South African Constitution, addressing the inequalities and the tolerance of children. I'm very thankful. I take the wood for you. Please do call me next time. I will be briefly to the topic. I went straight to the child because my hands I'm involved in many things, so I don't want it to go out of my race. I want to run my race well so that you can also ask me relevant questions. Before I start, Program Director, let me just say thank you, Your Highness, Majesty, those who are here, and then the traditional leaders, and also the His Excellencies, diplomacy, and honorable ministers, and eminent clergy. I'm not alone. I came here with the executive council members of South African Union Council. They are with us here. And I also thank the judges, his lordships, those who are here. We are the family. Constitution brought us together that we must protect our Constitution. So I'm here to advocate as a father, as a spiritual father. In 2016, the first ever national representative study of the child maltreatment in South Africa was published, showing that over 40% of young people have experienced some from sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, neglected at some point in their lives. The legacy of violence extremely inequality from South African past is a component of high poverty and unemployment in prisons. Well, we are busy drafting a document, DG, Minister, to your office regarding the prison ministry and then halfway house. The time the ministry, your department established halfway house for the children who are supposed to get a parole in Naturena. I'm one of the supervisor who was assisting the warders, the social workers, in voluntary in Naturena. The first half house was established in Gauteng in Naturena. So we have pioneered a program at UNISA where I am a professor. I'm also a professor at Free State University, and then also visiting professor at Trinity International University. Beloved, my hands are full. DG, you will sooner get a letter of MOU. The Speaker, the Deputy Minister have said the doors are open for partnership with the civil society. I'm a leader of the civil society at the Network Community Constituency appointed by African Peer Review Mechanism and National Governance Council members. So we will be coming to your office very soon after the elections. Well, COVID-19 casualties has resulted in retrenchments. This combination places many children in the risk of domestic and violence, substance abuse, sexual abuse, and neglect. The scale of violence in South Africa alone is deeply worrying. Beloved brethren, according to the United Nations, the Convention of the Right of the Child, UNCRC, is an international treaty that set out the right of protection that the children are entitled to. It recognizes that children are vulnerable and in need of the special care and protection. It emphasizes the importance of the promoting children's well-being, providing access to education, and safeguarding them from abuse and exploitation and discrimination. Beloved, we've got a wonderful constitution. The Deputy Minister have said yesterday, the former TG of ANC, he mentioned how they drafted the constitution. The president was part of the constitutional made during 1994 and 1996. The South African law in South Africa, the Children's Act of 2005, provides the legal framework for the protection or promotion of child rights. It defines the child and any person under the age of 18, and it allows the right of protection, care, and support. The law addresses issues such as child abuse, neglect, exploitation, and trafficking. It's a very concerned minister, trafficking. We are experiencing in South Africa a high volume of human trafficking. When you switch on the television, there is some children have been kidnapped. Right now, yesterday, there is a lady, a young child in Cape Town, has been kidnapped. We don't know whether she's still alive or she's dead. Beloved, the Holy Bible, the Bible teaches us the importance of caring the children protection, their well-being. They emphasize the responsibility of the adult and society to provide the needs of children, to ensure their safety. It encourages love, the compassion, and the justice towards children, and condemns any form of harm and mistreat. The Bible also highlights the role of families, communities, and religious institutions to nurturing the guiding of children. Minister Ronald Lamola, let's go to the drawing board and review the education policy. Let's go back to 1994, during Baba Mandela. The education was wonderful. Thank you, Program, 5 minutes left. We need to revisit the education. Who are the vulnerable groups? Vulnerable groups can be classified as children, youth, elderly, women, individuals with disability, migrant, and refugee, according to the Statistics South Africa 2002 and 2012. The rights, protection of children, the disappearance of the children, the kidnapping of the children as the biggest concern. Who is a vulnerable child is likely to suffer from physical or psychological abuse and experience unfavorable outcomes due to the circumstances of their lives. The impact of vulnerable groups, we find them in the research on the complex social economic environment that affect the vulnerable group, which is a simply physical state under Chapter 5.3 of 2021, the concept of vulnerable. Beloved, I wanted to skip, program director already gave me 5 minutes. I will run my marathon well, program director. Some of the things that I'm on my paper, they've been said yesterday. Beloved, we need a social welfare and child protection systems to strengthen the critical delivery target of cashless transfer via the Cash Plus programs to ensuring South African social workforce are highly trained in an evidence-based practice. The article was published by European Union on the global promotion of the best practice for children migration on the third-month project dated in October 2020 to July 2023 implementation by UNCHR and UNICEF, South Africa, and the Department of Social Development, United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child in the UNCRC. It is an international treaty that set out the rights of protection of the children and are entitled to. It recognizes the children are vulnerable and they need a special care and protection by the family and the society and the community and also the church. The church can do everything. Beloved government, bring along, involve the church to play a role and to align themselves with the program of government. I realize that we've got a program on the Chapter 9 we call Gender Commission and the South African Human Rights. Minister Ramona, they need more resources, money, to advance the advocacy and the education awareness. The speaker have already said a lot. Beloved, in conclusion, Mr. Program, Minister, in conclusion, for direction on the base of the church, we went to Parliament in 2017 at the COCTA Portfolio Committee. They gave a resolution agreement for the church to have a self-regulation. 2020, before the AIDS, before the COVID, we went to Parliament, and therefore we have agreed we will have a self-regulation of churches so that we can protect the children from various ways of sexual abuse, for the drugs. Some of the churches have already established a rehabilitation center in Gauteng, in Brits. I have my pastors who already established a very big center that accommodates 2,000 learners who are addicted for drugs. Gauteng province, they are assisting. Social Development National, they are also in partnership, and then with the Deputy Minister of Social Development, she has been partnered with the MTN. Last year, I've been going road shows with her to East Rand and also in Tshwane in supporting the outcome of private-public partnership to alleviate this poverty, to protect the security, the safety of the children, and also to rehabilitate these people who are in drugs. Some of them is the result of unemployment from home, it's a result of the divorce or the family, or some other challenges in the family. So the church have to come. It's the only way, whether you want it or not. Even the Sangoma, they are welcome as well to come on board. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's good to see the churches involving themselves in these kind of issues, specifically on the issue of patriarchy and GBV. The last speaker is Dr. Shozi from Sonke Gender Justice, one of our wonderful civil society organizations, not only focusing on dismantling patriarchy and GBV, but also transforming masculinities. Dr. Shozi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. So in my other life, I'm a lecturer, so I thought I was going to project, but that's fine. For me, I'm going to talk about what is it we need to do in the next 30 years that are coming. We've heard what has happened, but I think one of the important things, protocol observed ministers and deputy minister and colleagues that are here. South Africa, one of the things that actually South Africa done is to rectify, excuse me, a number of treaties. You can name them. So the popular one now is the issue of the ICJ, but there are so many others that have actually rectified as a country. What is important about these protocols? They relate to women, children, people with disabilities, is that countries must report on this. And in some instances, we've been found wanting on reporting on most of these treaties. I think as a country must also change that. When they report, the monitoring bodies as well should actually issue a report for us after they've actually been assessed. We must also use those reports to hold government accountable. So civil society and the Chapter 9 institutions, I'm a former chair of the Gender Commission, so the Chapter 9 institutions and constitutional bodies and other rights bodies should actually use these reports to hold government accountable. What is also critical about what South Africa has done is to enact a myriad of laws that relates to, and I will call them anti-discriminatory laws that we promote. It's a number of them. One of those is the Constitution. You know, when you read the founding principle of the Constitution, it tells you everything that is inside the Constitution. The other one is same-sex marriages, recognition of customary marriages, peputa. JJ and myself, when I was the chair, we're dealing with the issue of the promotion of equality. In South Africa, we have a tendency of not wanting to spend on promotion. We only want to spend on the implementation. I think it's important. There's a lot of spin-offs if the country could adopt a principle of spending on the promotion of these rights. And I know people want to have quantifiable results, how we're going to measure that. You would see the rate of people knowing the laws, reporting. If we have more cases, it doesn't mean that the country is going down the drain. It means that people know about their own laws. So it's also critical. There are many more others, but I think they've spoken about the issue of the equality courts, which I think civil society and all of us need to actually talk to that. I'll move faster. There are gains that the country has made. I think I've mentioned most of them that relates to the laws as well. It also relates to some of us, you know, staying in townships and in the inner city and so on. When we're growing up, we're sleeping on sleeping mats and so on. A lot of gains that the country has made. So, and I don't think that we should actually believe at that point here. Some of us are looking after care club until university time. So there's a lot that this country has actually made. But what is critical though, all of us will agree as a country that we have beautiful laws. The problem is implementation. In the next 30 years, let's look at all these laws. Let's implement them. And see where they're not working, let's review them. So because we have beautiful laws, everyone will, wherever you go, hey, you're from South Africa. South Africa is nice, you know. It's a beautiful country, it's beautiful laws. Freedom of expression for me is very important. And this morning I could hear people screaming, doing this and that. Before 1994, you could not scream at government. You could not do what you were doing. We are going to arrest you. So all these things are gains of democracy. So, and people take this thing for granted. You know, I grew up in my PhD is on peace studies because wherever I came, there was violence. It could be political violence or faction fighting. So if you have never tested violence, you don't know what it means up until you taste it and you understand the ramifications of violence, you know. It's like democracy as well. You know, our kids, they didn't test some of these things that we tested. For them, it's just freedom. So I think we need to actually educate them about why we should actually attain this freedom. I'll move faster, Prof. You see, there are things that are also happening. You know, people talk about, in South Africa as well, the increase of women representation in politics, important, very good, in the economy, civil society. I'm going to come to that later. And we have active civil society. Before that, we didn't have that. So it's a gain for our freedom. Let me just share briefly the relationship between the work that was done by civil society, chapter institutions, and government. You know, we heard about 2009, 2010, there was a young lady in KZN called Zandile Mpanz. A group of men undressed her and had to show paraded in public because T-section in Umlazi was women are not allowed to wear trousers. Not, because we're a democracy, those people were taken to court, they apologized and were also sentenced. It was a work between government, civil society, and the Chapter 9. Another one is Democracy Government and Rights Unit and Songacha Justice and the Commission for Gender Equality, where there was a complaint by that gender transformation in the judiciary was too low. We must never think that these things are happening, they happen just because somebody is happy, you know, because there are pressures all around. So in that report that was produced by the commission then, there were a lot of recommendations, you know, and Department of Justice as well was also assisting in terms of implementing those recommendations. We know there's a Chezile matter, you know. When we started, I think 96, 97, there was a halapalu about Ukutwala and so on. I'm not saying, I don't have a research, but I'm not saying it has actually decreased. But the awareness of communities about it, that is wrong. They know. Because I remember civil society, the Gender Commission, Women Ministry, had a meeting with Unyas, you know, and it was never reported because to say, stop this thing. I mean, Unyas group, executive. And after that, they went back to their church. They engaged them. And then it started in case and people to talk about these things, and we could really see the effects of the intervention. I'm not saying it says actually there's no gutwala, there's no underage marriages and so on, but these interventions are so important. You know, Minister, we must train government officials and private sector on gender issues, and just to understand what is feminism. You know, the biggest problem of us not being able to implement vulnerable groups initiatives is lack of knowledge, but in most cases we think that we know. There was a case in KZN again where Uchukwela Mayor had a bursary for maidens. You know, he was doing a wonderful thing, but the tactics was wrong. It was about ensuring that there are no teenage pregnancies, issues of HIV and AIDS. But I think the School of Governance must have a section on vulnerable groups, on how to deal with them, on issues of gender equality, gender mainstreaming, and so on. Let me rush. I'm a teacher like you. There are semestic challenges. I think they've spoken about that. Minister spoke about issues of gender mainstreaming. I'm not going to, and mainstreaming of all these issues, you know. I remember when I was still in KZN, we prepared questions for the women's sections throughout the country to say, when departments come to ask them these questions, I still have, I think, there are 29 questions, so that they will be able to mainstream gender equality, you know. As Minister was asking, if you are going to actually build a soccer match as a municipality, how that is going to assist women, you know? If you give them a soccer kit, what are you going to give to women? So all those things, those are minor things, but not minor, they're important because it's about some of these things that we're talking about. The political, you know, gender equality has become women empowerment, and it should be broader than that. Let me just, I think the issue of funding has been talking about, let me talk about this thing. Participants are going to elections. CGE report 2010, 2014, 2016, I'm not sure about 2019, I was not there, indicates that the ANC as a party has a 50-50 quota. Where they lose power, there are lesser women in positions of power. So if we come from a particular political party, go to them and tell them that they must change this. When I was chair of the General Commission, I used to do this. Whenever any political party was going to have an election, I wrote a letter to the executives, all of them, to say, remember, going to a conference, it should be 50-50 should be applied. And I know where they called me and said, but this 50-50 is ours. But we were writing to all political parties. I will move faster, and I think they've talked. I think the burden of care. You know, when you talk about issues of service delivery, when you talk about electricity, it assists women. They're not going to go and get wood. But we know that now in other, we need to do research. I was reading something that in other villages, it's just for lighting. Issues of taking kids to clinic, water issues and so on. So service delivery, there's a gender element and gender equality impact on it. So that's why it's important. So what is it you're supposed to do? I was going to talk, commissions are going to come here. There's one important commission as well that we normally not talk about. The Financial Physical Commission makes recommendations about budget allocations. It's important that that commission, when we want to actually increase our budget, becomes critical. You know, there are others that are still going to talk about their own issues. Issues of oversight, Parliament. Parliament, all these institutions write reports to them. They don't use the reports to call government departments to account on these reports. I could talk about CGE reports, Human Rights Commission reports, and so on. Parliament must also understand, Minister, that they have a dual role of monitoring. They monitor with chapter institutions. But we know that chapter institutions are also accountable to Parliament. But for programmatic and monitoring evaluation, they must also assist. What is the way forward? We must deal with the issues of psychosocial issues in this country. There should be a budget, Minister. Gender mainstreaming, gender responsive budget, and we must have that. Minister, all DGs, they must have a 10% key performance area dealing with these issues. If it's not in that key performance area, I'm not going to talk about issues. All DGs to say we must have a gender issue because all departments are supposed to deal with vulnerable groups' issues. So if there is no 1% there about these issues, they are not going to do them. If it's not there, it's not going to happen. As Mr. said, if there's no budget, it's not going to happen. So harmonization of marriages, we are fine with what is happening, but Muslim marriages as well, we should talk about that. There should be a reflection, Minister. I was the one who was against a reflection about the chapter institutions. There are so many of them, including other bodies like the regulator, the employment equity. Do we need them? Yes. How are we going to actually regulate them when we go forward in the next 30 years? You know, I think that on issues of democracy, we must deal with the issue of race. You know, we mustn't an issue of ethnicity as well. We must not, if we're in Limpopo, I must feel as if I'm in KZN. We must definitely deal with that. Minister, the issues of domestic partnerships, those are the issues. Let me just end by saying that there is a report, a study by Zanele Ngwane, one of our, the student TUT, who reports that when there is crime, women limits their capacity to be free and full citizens of our country. It even limits them to actually start their own businesses. So it's important that we must also deal with the issue of violence. So I didn't have enough time, and thank you very much, Prof, for allowing me to give me an extra 2 minutes. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Can we give our panel a hand of applause? We have about 10 minutes for questions or comments, not questions and comments. Please limit your comment to a comment. Please limit your question to a question. Introduce yourself, go straight to the question, go straight to the comment. We'll take a round of 5 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's start with the 2 at the back, the 2 here, and then 1 here. Your name, question.
Greetings, Prof, and honorable guest. My name is Mandla Mkhwanazi from the Rastafari Human Rights Institute. My question is to the minister who talked about the Constitution. when I was a student at UNISA, we were taught about the compromise that were done in the Constitution, perhaps by our fellow African leaders when they were sitting in the table with our counterpart of the Caucasians. So those compromise, I think they cost us a lot. Hence, we find ourselves in this situation. So I want to know that those compromise, can they be reversed after 30 years so that we can see the Constitution working for us?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Hilda Masego, based in Mpumalanga, a founder and a director at Mpumelelo Yesu Foundation, a survivor of system of prostitution, advocating for partial decrim, which offer an exit program and decriminalize those who are bought and sold, and criminalize the buyer and the seller and the pimp, and offer exit program. So my question goes to regarding to the current situation and the previous situation, where we find our media and the courts, like now the case of Sfiso, there were like 21-year-old men who is arrested for killing 6 sex workers. A 21-year-old man was arrested for killing 6. Why not a sex bias arrested for killing sex if we are talking about equality? Where's the equality there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. There were 2 hands here. No, here. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director, and I greet you all. It has been very much interesting, Honorable Minister, to have learned that we as a country has now achieved the employment equity target of 2%, and we have even exceeded it, and now we have set the bar even higher to 3%. However, I must say, on the ground, that is not the picture that we are actually seeing. But my concern is largely based on the severely marginalized groups, which is people with intellectual disabilities. Our Department of Education has really tried their best in terms of ensuring that there are LSEN schools. So when these educators do exit the system at 18 years old, having learned the basic work skills and habits, the basic life skills, they end up going nowhere or being absorbed by no one. And therefore, they are left to roam our streets and enter those, the streets like all these other children that we see on the streets. Honorable Minister, we are really making a plea here for what we call protected workshops. For those people who do not meet the open labor market standards of employment, whose productivity are below those particular standards. Those who can only work within the protected workshops. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you, Program Director, for giving me this opportunity to talk, to speak, because I was denied in the morning. At least you are generous. I'm representing Amantungwa, Royal Tribe. I was deeply perturbed in the morning, hearing that there are still children who are hired as laborers, and they are supposed to be in class, according to me, and according to this community which is inside here, and according to human rights. Now, my question, I'm going to straight to the question. Why, if this case, if this is the case, children are still employed in South Africa, 30 years down the line of democracy, then this is disturbing. My questions are, if they are working, who is protecting those children? And I know there are departments which are protecting children's
It's very clear.
children's rights.
Thank you so much. Clear
Yeah,
question.
I'm finishing. Then what are they doing to protect children's rights?
Excellent.
I think previously there were such conferences. What were the questions? How did they resolve them? Today they should be reporting what resolutions did they get, what challenges did they have, and where are we going? So I want all those departments which are protecting children's rights, those people must be held accountable and they must be arrested.
Thank you. Very
Should
clear.
be here
Thank you so much.
by now.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right.
Very, very clear.
What is going to happen?
Thank
with
you,
that?
sir. We've got your question. 1, 2. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Zweli Ndaba from Sisonke People's Forum. Just 2 questions and a comment. Thank you to hear the churches are now having that space. But the rehab are not the solution if the people that are selling drugs that are on the corners of our streets. Then, secondly, yes, it might happen that our constitution is the best of the world. But how do you know it's the best when it's not impractical? Then lastly, to the panel all, what happened to a family who have a father, that father is not having a bond with the family, but opted maybe to have a bond with the next door? That family, is it a family or is it a broken family? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we start with you, Minister? Some of the questions that you had. We'll come to a second round, yes. We'll come to you. Let's take those 5 questions, Minister. Some of them were directed at you. We'll start with the Minister. DM, there were some questions to you on decriminalization and then the church.
Thank you very much for those questions. Some of them will be answered by my colleagues, but let me say, there is no constitution that is cast in stone. That's why constitutions are amended. Where we think the constitution is not serving the purpose it was meant to, it can be amended. So I just want to say that. And then on the questions that of people with persons with mental disability, agree it's very important to make sure that when they leave school, they are able to get jobs. There are protected workshops, but very few. I think we need to engage with the Department of Labor and see if we can do more of them. But there are also organizations that we work with that try to assist. For instance, they are training some of the persons with mental disability to bake, and some of them actually have been employed in their shops that do pastries, and so there are jobs which they can be trained to do as well. But I also think they also do well. We just celebrated last year. They went to Berlin to the Special Olympics, and they came back with 20 gold medals and many medals, and they did better than those who don't have the disability. So I think when they are given a chance, they do well, and I think we should also thank the people who, the Special Olympics team, because they really work with them and make sure that when they go to the Olympics, they do well. I think the issue of child labor is a very serious issue. Not only should be the employers be arrested, but I think families also should be informed that it is illegal to allow your child to be hired. We had a workshop with the Ministry of Labor, Social Development. It was convened by the Ministry of Labor, but we participated and the Minister of Social Development participated, because we also need to attend to those families whose children are hired to see why. Is it because they are so desperately poor that they have to give up their children to be employed? So we have to approach it in a multi-focused way, not just, yes, we arrest the employer, but we must go to the home and see why parents are willing to get their children to be hired to work. The last one, I think, maybe I'll leave it to the men. I'm the only woman here, so they must answer.
I'm not sure. I think the issue of decriminalization of sex work, although that wasn't specifically the question, it was drawing attention to this particular case. We had wanted to proceed with legislation on decriminalization of sex work under this administration, but the legal advice was that we couldn't just provide for decriminalization, we needed to provide for regulation as well. So that's just where things are, and it would have to then be in the next administration that a bill is tabled on the issue. Otherwise, in terms of child labor, I think it's the issue of the law is there, no child labor, but it's an issue of enforcing it. Same as the issue of human trafficking or trafficking in human beings is severely criminalized, but it needs to be reported, detected, and reported. So things happen in spite of the law being against it, and that is a problem. Thanks.
Beloved, I'm just only responding to the question to the broken family, and I think you mentioned about the protection of the child, who protect the child. But for that one, it's very simple. There is a Child Act that protects the children, and together with the resolution of United Nations, I've mentioned that, and the Child Act of 2005. And human rights, South African human rights, is a custodian of protecting the rights of human rights. So we've got a law enforcement agency, South African police, we've got SIU, they must just go and arrest. Report the matter to the police station, let that be the case, and then they will do their work. But if you don't report the matter, they will not do. And then your broken family, well, beloved, I said, we're already taking the space. A church We only needed the government to align. I always speak this language when I'm with the president on presidential imbizo around the country, that here we are, the church, we are available to come on counseling, on spiritual counseling. Some other family are broken because of their father have already lost job, and then children drop out from school, and they are in Nyaupe, and it's very difficult. So we wanted to assist some families. Come forward. Don't be shy. Don't swallow your pride. Whether you are a minister in government, whether you are a magistrate, whether you're a professional, bring your child to be helped. I know some of them, they hide them, their children not to be seen, that they are on nyaupes and so on. Bring them along so that we can assist as a church to pray for them, to deliver them, to take all these demons away from them, and so that they can be a new, refreshable children, so that they can go back to you. It's not only children who drop out. Even educated, chartered accountants, engineers, they fall into drugs, some of them. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, in the interest of time, we'll not take a second round of questions. Tomorrow is another day. If you didn't have a chance to ask today, you'll ask your questions tomorrow. May I now invite Justice Davis for the next session. Thank you. Can we give our panel a round of applause? Thank you so much. Photo opportunity. Okay, but Justice, you can come.
You are doing my job now.
Yeah?
Oh, okay, colleagues, we mentioned to you earlier, we are not doing well in terms of the time, and some of you will start leaving. What we'll do, I'll talk to the facilitator that at least the next round, there was the gentleman who was here, who was, no, that gentleman, not you. There was this gentleman who was standing there. Yes, that gentleman, yes. So I'll plead with the judge that at least in the next round, we can sneak in your question. Even if it relates to this panel, we'll find a way that it be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the next panel, which will be facilitated by Judge Dennis Davis. And the panel members, I think they know themselves. I saw the public protector is here, the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. May I request that the panelists please come forward to the stage. Professor Musuma for the Commission on the CRL, Rights of Linguistic and Religious Communities. Colleagues, let's just minimize the movements. It just makes the plenary look like we're not managing it properly. Okay, Judge, I hand over to you. I saw ENCA outside. I thought for your program on Thursday, we can freely give them this session to record you live, so you don't have to go back to the studio to. Thank you very much. Over to you, Judge. Yeah, Judge is telling the panelists that we have serious time constraints and they must be mindful of how much they present.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. There's always a difficult time, the last session, and I've asked the panelists, I've done something terrible, which is to say I don't want long speeches. So what I'd like each panelist to do is give a sort of opening statement for about 7 minutes, which will allow us in the confines of time for me to ask at least one difficult question to each panelist, and then for you to ask questions to panelists. Let me also try to frame this debate, if I can. When you look at the board, 3 decades of respect and promotion for the Constitution and human rights, to be perfectly frank, I'm less interested in the last 3 decades and far more interested in the next 3 decades. Right? Because it's where we go and what we've learned from the last 3 decades that really counts. And I just want to make one point, if I may, which perhaps kind of, if you wish, tries to conceptualize what we're doing. It's all very well telling me, and I'm perfectly aware of this, having been a judge for a quarter of a century, that we have got a constitution which has transformative possibilities. 1. 2, we have achieved an extraordinary amount in 30 years which we should never forget about. We sure as hell wouldn't have been having this conference 35 years ago. And I think we should realize that. But the reality is that every night, quite a few million children go to bed starving in this country. The reality is that in many parts of the countries, children are killed crossing the road to go to school because of gang violence. The reality is that we still have endemic corruption, which ensures that people steal money which should be going to the poorest of the poor. And the reality is that we're still on the Gini coefficient, the most unequal society in the world. And those are profound challenges. And let me make one final point. It's interesting to me that if you look at the studies about democracy, a very significant number of people in this country believe that if we had an autocratic system which delivered, it would be better than a democratic system. In other words, people are prepared to give up this constitution for some kind of autocrat. So desperate are they. So the real challenge is, how do we make this constitution work in a real sense, human rights work, for the vast majority of South Africans who, I might just tell you, are not just historically disadvantaged, but are presently disadvantaged. And the Minister, Dlamini Zuma, made a really important point. You don't have to be a Marxist, Professor Mandlagozi, to know this, that class counts in South Africa in extraordinary ways. Race and class overlap. And so what I'm really hoping that we can do is, on reflecting on the past, how do these key institutions, which we set up to essentially ensure that there would be guardrails for constitutional democracy, how do we ensure that they come to the fore to promote, protect, and advance human rights for South Africans, all 60 million of us, over the next 30 years. So I'm going to start with Chris Nissen, and I'm going to ask you just to come up one by one, and I'd rather have you introduce yourselves than me do a terrible job of it.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Chris Nissen, and I'm a Commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission. Minister Lamola, Minister Dlamini Zuma, Deputy Minister Jeffries, members of the Executive in the absentia, members of the Judiciary, fellow Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, my fellow panelists today here, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all the guests here and online, I greet you all. Allow me to use the infamous phrase, all protocol observed. Let me extend our sincere appreciation to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development for organizing this important conference. Program Director, we should reflect and take stock of the progress achieved in our collective efforts to promote and protect human rights in our country and globally. Therefore, this conference comes at a critical time, a time when we are celebrating 30 years into democracy. It's an important milestone that we should celebrate. However, we equally should measure the state of our democracy and human rights. a time we are nearing the end of the sixth administration, a time for introspection and stock-taking, a time of anticipation, hope as we're moving towards the seventh administration. Where are we? The South African Human Rights Commission remains one of the best-rated national human rights institutions in the world. This is done in the context of its level of independence from government powers and functions. To this end, the Subcommittee of Accreditation of Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions has consistently accredited the SHRC with the highest status, namely A status. Time does not allow for us to paint the full picture of the Commission's achievement over the last 30 years. However, I can provide a brief snapshot of some of the overall functioning of the South African Human Rights Commission. Our trends indicated that the Commission has received over 70,000 complaints and inquiries over the last 9 years. In 2021, for example, the Commission received over 7,000 complaints and finalized 80% of those complaints. The Commission has seen a steady growth also in its reach and visibility, increasing its level of engagement in the media to average 7,000 per year. At the same time, we've initiated systemic inquiries across the country in an effort to address endemic challenges in our country. And just recently, we finalized our July 21 report, civil unrest report, hearing the uniforms in the Eastern Cape, emergency medical services in the Eastern Cape, water and sanitation across the country. As we celebrate this important junction in our country, we also pay homage to the drafters of our Constitution. They had foresight in establishing institutions designed to support constitutional democracy. It is for this reason that our Chapter 9 institutions are integral to the state of our democracy. However, this is not an easy task. It's not an easy task because the nation continues to battle, amongst others, the challenges of extreme inequality, deepening poverty, uneven development, high unemployment rate, and corruption, crime, and the highest global rates of gender-based violence. I wish to spotlight a few issues on the state of human rights. Despite the gains achieved by our successive administrations, human rights challenges continue to increase in this country. Looking at socioeconomic rights, we see the access to water, housing, land, education remain huge challenges in our country. When considering the quality of water, the Commission has found, for example, in the Vaal and in Hammanskraal, that even where there is provision of water, the water quality has been a threat to the health of those who drink it. Income inequality continues to regress and people lack access to work. We're also finding that courts such as the Equality Courts remains far from effective. The state of human rights in the country therefore begs the question about why, despite having a functional human rights institution, there remain so many human rights challenges in our country. These challenges, if not diligently addressed, pose the biggest threat to democracy and stability. Program Director, Chapter 9 institutions have contributed immensely to the state of our democracy. I pause to underscore that the qualification and quantification should not be measured by the topical and reported cases and reports. The measure should also be on the change we bring to the lives of ordinary people. What matters most to them, these include addressing challenges relating to water, sanitation, education, health, and to name a few. At the same time, it's important to protect democratic institutions, like the Chapter 9 institutions and other constitutional institutions. They are pillars of our democracy, established to ensure political stability for generations to come. There are impediments to the effectiveness of Chapter 9 institutions, such as the South African Human Rights Commission. Despite the Commission's status, the Commission remains constrained in its pursuit of securing redress for human rights violations. Our assessment can largely be attributed to a continued culture of lack of respect for human rights in this country, and due to the lack of respect for the rule of law and the recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission. The binding nature of the recommendations made by the Commission remains highly contested in courts. We've requested the Supreme Court of Appeal to give direction on the binding nature of the Commission's recommendations. This is because courts have made findings over the last 2 years which have brought into question the Commission's powers to make binding recommendations. However, regardless of who makes the binding recommendations, it is clear that the lack of respect for those recommendations is a significant challenge. Even when the courts make judgment and hold parties accountable, those judgments aren't complied with and aren't enforced. This means many violators of human rights continue to function without being actually held accountable. Protecting Chapter 9 institutions include, amongst others, ensuring that they are appropriately and adequately capacitated and funded. It requires positive action from the state. On behalf of the South African Human Rights Commission, Mr. Minister and colleagues, I want to thank you for this opportunity of sharing some of our views on our assessment. Thank you very much. Okay.
So my question for you, because you've raised the issue of socioeconomic rights, is can we have human rights in South Africa which will be essentially embraced by everybody with an economic policy which is at war with that? In other words, I mean, can we afford the sort of austerity type programs that we've got? Or are you satisfied that the kind of economic policies that we're adopting at the moment are sufficiently in harmony with, as it were, the rights within the Constitution to ensure that we have both? And why do I ask that? Because obviously if the economy prevents people from getting housing, water, electricity, sewerage, protection of gender-based violence, gangs, etc., you ain't going to have respect for human rights. So I'm just interested, to what extent are you satisfied by that, and to what extent are you making representations if you aren't?
Thank you so much, Program Director. The Human Rights Commission at the beginning of this year, in its strategy and making sure that we take, in terms of a 5-year plan, has come up with 2 things, amongst others. The one is to look at the pro-poor budget human right, pro-budgeting. And sometimes it's not about the economic policy. It is how skewed we do the allocation of the resources that we have. So you find in the one place, just to give an example, we were last week on Bloemfontein. And in Bloemfontein, the potholes are all over, in the black areas, in the poor areas. But when you go to the suburbs, you see there are no potholes. So you ask yourself, why does a municipality budget and make one part of your area look like the first world, and the other part of your area looks like a third world? So it is pro-poor budgeting. It's an allocation of funds to the different areas that can make sense. You can have whatever economic policy you can have. But if there's not a deliberate will to ensure that the poor are taken care of.
Thank you. I agree with you.
The Minister, Ronald Namula, the DG, the other ministers present and deputy ministers, members of the Chapter 9 institutions and our program director here, and all protocol observed. I am David Musoma, responsible for the cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. The crucial assessment of the work of the Commission begins by understanding what it seeks to achieve a truly South African nation. Constitutionally, the Commission is mandated to promote and protect the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. The accent here falls on the rights, because in the same way as humans have rights, so also cultural, religious, and linguistic communities have rights. These rights must be balanced. The formulation of the rights of the communities exemplify the genius of the South African lawmakers who seriously considered and theorized African communal reality, rather than individualism and its opposite in the age-old debate of community versus individual. The rights of communities are predicated on the understanding of Ubuntu as an overarching ethical and moral principle. In other words, the mandate of the Commission properly construed embodies the values of peace, respect, humanity, friendship, tolerance, equality, unity, and non-discrimination. These values reinforces our common humanity, because one's humanity finds expression in the humanity of others. Arguably, the mandate of the Commission is shaped and guided above all by the values that the task of the Commission is in fact to assist in building a nation bound by a common loyalty to our country and our people in our diversity. Now, if we are to be truly free as South Africans, freedom and equality needs to be enhanced by an addition of one dimension, namely accountability. We as a Commission are responsible in creating relations, making sure that communities work hand in hand, and to improve the issue of tolerance, of peace, and friendship. These are not easy to achieve because liberty gives freedom its focus, equality its scope, but accountability its truth. The effectiveness of the religious and cultural literacy as an investigative, educational, and communication tool is intended to empower and imbue the communities with know-how and knowledge to understand where the challenges are with regard to religion, to culture and language. And these challenges are facing them on a daily basis. Now, at the heart of the Commission is to change the mindsets of the communities, develop human character, develop values of our common citizenship to bring about the well-being of all. For example, the culture, when we focus on the culture, we look at it in order to restore the authenticity of cultural practices so as to ensure the cultural values of our people, so that the culture should not be demonized. For instance, we have looked at the question of Ukuthwala, which was internationally condemned. We met the unit from UN to try to indicate to them that the distortion of Ukuthwala is not, in fact, a definition of Ukuthwala was historically. So the distortion is taken as a definition of Ukuthwala in its contextual existence. And we argued that to restore Ukuthwala is to differentiate between the two, its original meaning, its use, and its distortion today. And what we saw was, in fact, the arrest of Jezile, who claimed that he kidnapped a young woman under the pretext of Ukuthwala. And it was proven, because we were the friends of the court, to say this is not the way. He was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. This is an indication of our interventions. Women in Limpopo, for instance, were banished, some of them killed, because they were accused of witchcraft. And they were consigned to a place called Valoi Village, a condescending name. This we condemned, and it has come to a stop, because some of the women were, in fact, because of the senility, they were not able to identify where they came from. we looked into the issue of the submission of witchcraft bill to address the plight of those who were accused of witchcraft. The issue of graves. Many of our people, when they were moved by apartheid, they left their graves in the place where they were removed. But because, as you know, in the African culture, they had to go back and make sure that they conduct their rituals to appease their ancestors. We then, on the basis of the approval of the farm owners, we agreed to sign a protocol which allowed the indigenous people to visit their ancestral location and conduct their rituals as such. Today, the challenges we face are with regard to the initiation schools, where young men, after 7 days, die in these schools. When we commenced, there were many young people dying throughout the provinces, but this has been reduced significantly, only in the Eastern Cape. And we worked with the government with regard to the new Customary Initiation Act of 2021 to restore the dignity of the practice and to indicate to them that culture does not kill, and therefore they must go to the initiation school alive and come back alive. Abaye baphila, babuye baphila. In the religious space, what we discovered was that religion was commercialized in many respects. Our report of 2017 gave this particular revelation to striking reality, that in many instances, there were entrenched belief in miracles as a driving force in South Africa, in the South African landscape. The popularization of miracles affected both educated and ordinary people. In essence, it was discovered that the use of group hypnosis was at the center of this. And because of that, allegations also sufficed that religion was used for financial extortion, psychological and spiritual abuses became the order of the day. As you know, there was also a very glaring example of Pastor Lekau, who actually raised somebody from the dead, claiming that this was a miracle from God, it was a breakthrough. And these were used as a pretext to lose South African people on the basis of faith. But it was discovered it was a fake. And he ran away in 2019. He just escaped the country. The same with Bushiri and many others who used religion as a pretext to lure our people and to get their resources. We argued in our report that there's a need for religious regulation. But by that, we did not mean that religion must be regulated, because religion is inanimate. Religion is intangible, and therefore one cannot regulate religion. But one can regulate the behavior and the conduct of those who practice religion, especially if what they do elicit and inflict harm on the ordinary congregants. And these are the important factors we have used to discern to make South Africans aware of the dangers of fake miracles. And we've discovered through our investigative hearing, which was public, that majority of them would go to African countries to get powers, what we call medicinal powers, to conduct these particular miracles. And so the awareness and the impact has been such that many of our people today, when they walk into a church, they are able to analyze, understand what is taking place, and make an informed choice whether they want to remain in that establishment or not. These are important factors that the Commission is doing. The issue of language, very critical. we are advocating for multilingualism. We had a conference in which we focused on the use of mother tongue in education, in research, and academic work. And today we have discovered that universities in our country are promoting students who are writing their dissertation in their mother tongue. What a breakthrough. And this is the impact of what the Commission is doing. And we have had a situation where an individual wanted to write the examination to qualify in the Home Affairs, to qualify as a marriage officer in Sikosa. And we agitated that he must write that examination in Sikosa, which he did and passed. So it is important that we understand the role of multilingualism in igniting the genius of our young people to become the masters of their own destiny. And we're also ensuring that the issue of developing other indigenous languages were marginalized, such as Kilobedu, Sipulana, Isipondo, and Isipata. These are also very, very important. Yeah. Let me just finish with this. There's a need of what I call African jurisprudence to take into account the issue of culture, religion, and language in the way we do, in the way we theorize law, in the way we understand law. Because today, we are using the Eurocentric canon of thought, not taking our own into account. And what I want also to suggest is that unless we understand culture and religion more closely as the seedbed of developing the economy, we will not really succeed in building South Africa. We must differentiate between the non-material and material understanding of culture. For example, the material understanding of culture. When you drive a Mercedes-Benz, you must understand you are driving a German culture. So because the material understanding of culture is the manufacturing, the production of tools, and the non-material is the celebration of poetry, of ideas, and so forth and so forth. So let's emerge and move into this category of ensuring the fusion of the two so that we succeed in the way we do business. The issue of cultural rights should not be lesser than the issue of human rights, especially in South Africa. When we are moved from a place through apartheid, we're not moved as an individual, we are moved as a group, and therefore we qualify to use these rights to claim our own destiny as a community. Thank you.
So you've raised a lot of really interesting points. I want to just ask you one. Do you think that the Constitution, as it stands at the moment, is one, Eurocentric? And if it is it incompatible with African jurisprudence? Because there's no question about it, that this is a huge challenge. How much African jurisprudence, I mean, there's a lot of criticism that we haven't infused our Constitution with sufficient African jurisprudence. Do you think the Constitution as it stands is an obstacle to that?
Thank you so much. The Constitution is not an obstacle. What is an obstacle is the application of the Constitution. For example, if you have a court case that involves the accused is black African, the magistrate is black African, the interpreter is black African, and the judge is black African. Why should we use English, for example? Not use Sepedi or Zulu. Why? Because if we talk about the use of language, we can't be selective. There must be a parity of equality, of equity in the use of language. But in terms of jurisprudence, is to theorize about, for example, the place of Ubuntu in the legal system. What does it mean? When you talk about justice, where do you get a correspondence in the way in which Africans thought about justice, for instance? When you talk about freedom, where do you get that correspondence, which will speak to the ordinary people wherever they are? So we speak past our people or over our people because of the language we use. It's not comparable to the understanding of their lived experience as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Minister of Justice, Minister Lamula, to the DG, to everybody, maybe I should say all protocol observes. Let me start, my name is O'Hara Ngoma Diseko. I'm a commissioner for gender equality. Good afternoon. This is the graveyard session, but please let's not go to the grave. It's a very important subject. Let me start by expressing our gratitude as the CGE for the invitation to participate in what has proven to be a critically important discussion. I just said that this is a graveyard session, and I think I'm actually complaining because I think this is actually a very important session, especially for us, the Chapter 9 institutions, which are tasked with the very big task of entrenching the constitutional values, entrenching democracy, etc. And I was actually thinking that we are 28 years established since 1996, and perhaps, Minister, in 2026, when the Chapter 9's 30 years, that might be an opportunity to actually address the subject that we have today, which says critical assessment of national human rights mechanisms. Because I think it's actually a very important, it talks not only to the content of our work, but it talks to the institutional arrangements of our work. It talks to our budget, it talks to the acts that govern us, it talks to our responsibility lines and our accountability lines. And I think that as we enter 30 years this year of the democracy and 28 years of the Chapter 9s, it is more evident than ever that we need to have a strong institutional mechanism for entrenching human rights in South Africa. Just listening to the two speakers that have gone ahead, it actually talks very much to the need for strengthening these institutional these Chapter 9 institutions, so that going forward in the next 30 years, we actually are building stronger and stronger institutions and strengthening human rights, not only as an institution, but also as a way of life. And that will demand a lot of work from us as Chapter 9 institutions. Over the past 2 days, yesterday and today, reflections on the human rights were very incisive. There are critical national dialogue that has sought to diagnose and lay bare some of the most nagging chronic challenges and a series too of systemic crises that we have faced over the years, especially in the last 3 years when we're faced with the COVID-17 pandemic. We were faced with the floods in KZN and elsewhere, and we're faced with instability in terms of the July 2022 riots. Sometimes they say insurrection, sometimes, but riots. And all of those incidences affected women a lot, and there are reports to that effect. The 30 years of democracy, the 28 years of the Constitution of South Africa, and the Bill of Rights and the 28 years of the Commission for Gender Equality are an important moment for pausing and reflecting on whether we are institutionalizing human rights as a cornerstone of our democracy and institutionalizing it as a way of life. 1994 was seminal and buzzed with great expectation, a promise of a better life for all, as was indicated in the manifesto of the African National Congress. The truth is that the democratic state inherited a deeply divided and unequal society because of years of brutal colonialism, imperialism, and apartheid system buttressed by patriarchy and capitalism. In this context, women generally were designated minors, and women black women in particular were worse off because of the triple oppression of race, class, and gender, which they suffered in the home, in society, in communities, in the workplace, and in places of worship. The 1996 Constitution and the expansive Bill of Rights sought to correct the wrongs and the injustices of the past and to create a South Africa free from all forms of discrimination and to create a non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. To that effect, we have Chapter 9 of the Constitution, which establishes the Chapter 9 institutions supporting democracy. This was important at that time because there was a need for entities that would strictly focus on institutionalizing and deepening democracy. The question that we must ask ourselves today is whether or not we have succeeded. The question we must ask ourselves today is what progress we have made. Progress we have made, lots of it, but there is still more that can be done. The challenges are immense, but the successes are also great, especially if you, like myself, have lived during the apartheid era, then you will know that there is a difference. For brevity and to keep us engaged, I would like now to outline some of the selected examples of the work of the Commission for Gender Equality that we have carried out in the past years. And I want to reflect on this from the vantage point of this conference, which is truly what I would call a reflective pause that plans out our future action. What this means is that I speak to program and activity while measuring the adequacy of this and the institutional capacity for the next 28 to 30 years of South Africa's democracy. If we are speaking about 30-year-old Tinswalo that the president spoke about, the now famous Tinswalo, if we are speaking about Tinswalo now, how might Tinswalo's children then gain from South Africa's democracy and human rights? Will they live in a society free from all sorts of discrimination, where all are equal and enjoy their human rights? Will they live in a society free from misogyny, or at least where misogyny is frowned upon? Will the men of that period be gender sensitive, be feminists, understanding the value of equality? Will the non-binary persons be included in a way that is not stigmatized? What must we fight for? We actually must fight for that. Yesterday's speaker spoke about the scourge of gender-based violence even today. The scourge of gender-based violence, they spoke about teenage pregnancy, persistent economic inequality, the wage gap, inadequate sexual and reproductive health services, and how do we as Chapter 9s protect, promote, and attain these rights. When I think we spoke a lot was said about teenage pregnancy. I grew up in apartheid time. When I went to school, those girls my age who fell pregnant were automatically dropped out of school. They dropped out of school. There was no safety for them. There was nothing. They just became bawil, the fallen ones. When I was at varsity, when you fall pregnant, you must, we used to say, must get married, MGM, must get married. But nothing is said about the boy. The boy impregnates you, the man impregnates you, they continue with our life. The situation is different now, legally, that is to say, because in terms of the Constitution, in terms of the Schools Act, with all its gaps, which the CGE has been attending to, with all its gaps, there is a possibility of a young girl who falls pregnant not to drop out of school, but to come back because it is permissible in terms of this new framework. May I please have some water? Let me opine a little on. May I please have- Sorry, I didn't realize it. I didn't, oh, it's even here. Okay. Let me share with you some of the work that we do as the CGE. A very critical one, even in terms of our mandate. Public education and information. This is the vehicle for raising awareness about gender equality and building a non-sexist South Africa for which so many fought, for which so many died. This is something that we fought for. It is the bedrock of all Chapter 9 institutions, which is the promotion, the protection, and advancement of the Bill of Rights, with slightly different emphasis for the CGE. The emphasis is on the promotion of gender equality, the attainment of gender equality, the protection of gender equality, ensuring that gender equality is never compromised. The CGE must ensure that South Africans have a solid grasp of their non-derogable rights. They must be informed and educated to exercise and protect their rights. The CGE has placed emphasis in clearing the path to agency and fulfillment of human rights towards gender equality. This means access, 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 notwithstanding the austerity phase of the economy in our country. And we don't have the time, we'll talk about that another time, maybe next, when we are celebrating 30 years. We also are engaged, the purpose of public education is to advance gender equality through education, conscientization, and awareness raising. We also focus on male identity and masculinity norms, which are unquestionably linked with violence, as men and boys are more likely to be more perpetrators of violent crimes and very often victims of it. Toxic masculinity also involves cultural pressures for men to behave in a particular way. This draws clear connections between harmful masculinity norms and likely forms of violence and behavior. Bullying, very common issue as well. Road rage, homicide, and other violent incidents. Another function is legal and complaints. This function comprises complaints handling and litigation, and we handle quite a number of complaints. We do, some of the complaints include child maintenance, delays in DNA results, which compromise cases, and the CGE legal department has written an opinion piece on the backlog of DNA, because in our work of oversight to police stations and to courts, we find that DNA delays often compromise the court outcome and therefore compromise the whole process of justice for those who have been affected. We also conduct transformation hearings. We have conducted transformation hearings doing systemic investigations through public hearings of retail, wholesalers, mining companies, institutions of higher learnings, TVET colleges, which are very important because, and I had this morning the discussion around skills and training for our young people. And TVET colleges are one very important vehicle that must deliver on that time. Ne? Okay. Okay, let me just move further and say that having said all of this work, the most important, I will repeat what I said earlier, we must build an efficient and impactful and sustainable C9. And in our work as the CGE, we are focusing on building an effective and sustainable CGE which carries out, and we underline impact. We want to know if we are having impact in terms of our work. We are looking at our business model, how we work, how our mandate is understood. We are further looking at issues of human resources, how we are staffed, do we have the skills that we require? Because I think our work, not I think, we think as a CGE that our work requires high-end skills. It requires people who can help to analyze, to do trends, to help us position transformation hearings, to help and all of those things. So we have to be able to recruit and retain the requisite skills. So it talks to all of that. So that is a very important strategic objective that we will be working on to build a strong, effective, and sustainable CGE that will impact in terms of gender relations. Just to wrap up, and I want to say, as we do that, we are also looking at the CGE Act, which was done in 1996. In 2026, it will be 30 years. Is it still relevant? Must it be changed? With the changing situation that we are working in, the changing dynamics, the changing demographics, all of those things, and multifocal crisis that we deal with. Is the CGE Act adequate? Must it be done differently? Our hearings, and I think I heard somebody talk about the recommendations, the status of our recommendations. I think it's a problem that we are all dealing with as the Chapter 9, but it also talks to how we beef up and review our acts, not just the CGE Act. And I want to opine that, yes, we want to strengthen our institutions, our Chapter 9s. Collaboration is key. Strategic collaboration is key. We have to find ways of working together. We have to find ways of working together, even sharing resources in terms of our our understanding of their work, and finding ways of how we can collaborate, partner, and, just share. I think there is the forum for the Chapter 9, it's called the FISG. I know in Gauteng, as Commissioner for Gauteng, I'm really trying to revive the Chapter 9 forum in Gauteng, because I believe that if we work collectively, we can leverage and draw on each other's strength for a common goal, which is to entrench our democracy. I won't go into the different issues, the different issues about gender-based violence. I think let us talk about institution building, sustaining that, building for an impactful and sustainable CGE and other Chapter 9s. I thank you for listening.
So my question to you is maybe well influenced by the fact that as a lawyer, my profession is incredibly male-dominated to this day. I mean, we celebrate the notion that we'll have a woman Chief Justice in a couple of months, Justice Meyer. That's a fantastic achievement, but it doesn't say everything. I don't know whether I'm shaped by that, but my impression is, and it relates to your commission, that we've done worse on gender than we have on race in the last 30 years. Am I right? And if I'm wrong, tell me, but if I'm right, why?
I don't have the numbers. But I think we have done, I'm not comparing, I don't want to compare. Comparisons are odious at this point. Yes, it's important, but we might have done not very well, because even if you just look at the political situation, I looked at the Sunday Times over the weekend, all of them talking about 2029. It was all faces of black men. It was haunting. When I saw the circle of men, it was haunting. Because I just forget the year, there was a time when we had more premiers that were women. There was a time when we had more women as mayors. There was a time when we had a very strong representation of women. I think it is receding now, sadly. And that is the nature of change. There will be push, and then there will also be pushback. That page of the Sunday paper is very haunting. But we have this institution which must advance gender equality. And I would want to say it is one of the challenges that we have, because Mr. Shozi spoke about the previous election reports. The 2019 report of local government election indicated a decline in the numbers of women, indicated that women are deployed as, what are they called? Not ward councillors, what is the other one? I just forget it. But we want women as ward councillors so that they can deal with issues of service delivery. We want women there, but they put them, I forgot. What? PR, yes, I just forgot. Hey, there are many files in this head, I'm very old. But yes, I would say that there is a bit of regression, which is worrying. And the other problem that we have is that as the CGE, we will say we are monitoring, but monitoring the 50-50, which it's not legislated. It is one party's resolution which they're implementing, and the others don't feel bound like it. So, what must we do? Maybe this is for another time. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Facilitator. Allow me, Minister of Justice, to observe all protocol as already outlined. My name is Kollega Galega. I am the Public Protector of the Republic of South Africa. Program Facilitator, I think we have indeed come a long way in our democracy on its own for the executive to invite independent institutions to give an assessment of the 30 years to date, where they risk us informing them that maladministration and ultimately corruption is the elephant in the room, which actually hampers on the full promotion and execution of human rights as enshrined in our Constitution. However, that shows that it is a step in the right direction where we accept the principles of our democratic dispensation. The Public Protector as an institution has been established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution to really investigate all malfeasance in state affairs and also those of state functionaries. Now, what we see from the mandate of the Public Protector is to ensure that we promote transparency, accountability, and good governance in ensuring that human rights are realized. Our work is really human rights centered. However, the biggest challenge, which I'll further deal with below, in really ensuring that human rights are fully seen to their realization is the principle of accountability. What is accountability and how do we ensure accountability? Though we have institutions such as ours, which are there to ensure that there is accountability, but accountability really is about ensuring that state institutions and its functionaries take full responsibilities of any malfeasance and maladministration, but redress, and as a result of redressing, ensuring that there is consequence management. Now, if you see from several reports in our country dealing with issues of maladministration and corruption, redressing and consequence management has been a serious challenge. This is evident when you look into the implementation of the public protector's remedial actions. Now, the progress in ensuring the respect, protection, promotion, and achievement of human rights, we truly believe that a lot has been done in the 30 years to date. Statistician General themselves actually produced a report which actually shows that if you look in the yesteryear of apartheid that we've been in and to date, there is significant progress. Yes, there are strides that have been made in promoting equality and non-discrimination, particularly through establishment of institutions such as ours and other Chapter 9 and constitutional institutions. Towards the attainment of social and economic rights, initiatives have been made, such as the social grants and the expansion of access to basic services have helped to improve the standard of living for many, particularly those who've been previously disadvantaged and who live in marginalized areas. The political rights, South Africa has seen the consolidation of political rights with regular free and fair elections which have been held since 1994. We have a vibrant civil society and media landscape allowing for robust debate and the holding of government officials accountable. Most of the matters that we investigate as the public protector, we pick up from the media reportings, but also from civil society and complaints which members of the public bring before us, which means that indeed people do have the freedom to express themselves during our democratic dispensation. However, this does not go without saying that poverty and inequality has clearly deepened in our democratic dispensation from the report that has been released recently of the SDG goals, which states that unemployment in our country, inequality and poverty has deepened, and particularly amongst young people. We also have the 2022 World Bank report, which states that race is the largest contributor to inequality and that our country is one of the most unequal societies in the world. We can't help but have to look back and say, how have we found ourselves where we are? And we cannot step away from saying that the legacy of apartheid continues to exacerbate the economic disparities which we find ourselves in. Apartheid did not come just at the cost of marginalizing particularly the majority of the people of our country, but also with corruption which our democratic government has inherited. It is unfortunate, Program Facilitator, that this is the government that had actually taken oath in line with the Constitution to serve all the people of the country effectively, efficiently, and ensuring equitable distribution of resources. But through the investigations that we see an increase in the lack of service delivery or inefficient and ineffective service delivery, unequal distribution of resources. One of the panelists have mentioned that if you go into the cities, and most of the major cities in our country, we find that the affluent areas are more resourced and better looked after, but in the areas which were indeed also disadvantaged by the apartheid regime, you find that the distribution of resources continues to shrink. When you look at the equitable share through which government distributes its budget, particularly to municipalities, the municipalities where more resources should be pumped into, particularly the rural municipalities, continue to receive an even more marginalized and smaller budget. Hence, we see overpopulation in the cities, which results in the growth of informal settlements, which really impedes on the dignity and human rights of people who live there. But this is because of the desperation of the lack of resources, the lack of employment, and the lack of infrastructure to accommodate them in the rural communities. Part of the significant challenges that we see ourselves in, of course, the historical inequalities which continue to impact our economic well-being, unequal distribution of land, water, and natural resources. As we see the water challenges in our country, the challenge is deeper than just not having water in the tap, but it is the infrastructure of water, seeing that even from its inception in yesteryears, it was not meant for the majority of the people of this country, and therefore distributing it to the majority of the people, and of course, with the challenge of lack of proper planning, is actually part of the result that we are faced with. The lack of maintenance in the systems, not just in the water sector, but also in the hospitals. The public protector in 2021 embarked on a systemic investigation in the state of the public health care in our country, and as though we acknowledge that the public health care system carries more than 80% of the population of this country. However, the maladministration that is seen within the sector really exacerbates the challenges that we see. But again, if you attribute that to the lack of accountability, because if remedial actions in respect of that report only had been implemented, we would have found that some of the complaints that I observed and listened to earlier on in this platform would have been addressed, because they derive from some of the observations that we had made in our investigations. Now, what hinders us really from moving forward from the work that we do? It is corruption and issues of bad governance, or the erosion of governance, which we've seen particularly in the recent years within our democracy. We cannot take away the historical context of this country as being part of the root causes of corruption, weakened institutions, the economic disparities, and the effects of corruption on basic services such as healthcare, education, sanitation and water and housing. Issues of bribes and nepotism also play a role in the services that we see are being delivered in the manner in which they are being delivered. We are busy as the public protector with an investigation into the higher education, which at large deals with the maladministration within NFSS, and that particularly is as a resultant of maladministration and corruption. Further, even with the housing, with the RDP houses, we have earlier in the year even met with the Executive Authority for Human Settlements, outlining some of the observations that we make in respect of the RDP houses, which is really embargoed with a lot of corruption and maladministration, which we believe that if those would be addressed, we would find ourselves in a much better and strengthened situation as a country. There is a strong need to strengthen our governance systems and to combat corruption in order for us really to fully realize the vision of our Constitution. Violence and crime is another challenge that is faced in our country, and yes, gender-based violence is at the center of that, where we see women and children suffering the most. And if you play a closer look, even in the investigations that we do, most affected is women in our country. The issues of land and housing rights, land reform, the historical context in our country of apartheid has resulted in the unequal land distribution. The rent restitution efforts have made to address, but there are several conflicting interests really which are a challenge in ensuring that we see an ultimate redress in this respect. Now, Government's efforts, amongst others, has been on the National Development Plan. The challenge that we see and that persists in this is the full implementation of the NDP, and also its assessment, which we believe that if it would be properly assessed and fully implemented, we would see ourselves in a better position and probably see the dignity of the people of South Africa being instilled. A human rights perspective now into the role of the public protector and how do we respond to human rights abuses. In essence, our role as the public protector, as outlined in the certification judgment, is that we have to ensure that government exercises its duties effectively, and members of the public who are aggrieved by the government's conduct should be able to lodge their complaints with us. And this was further confirmed in the matter of Setebe, that the institution such as ours is form of the cornerstone to the sustenance of democracy and are important for the full realization of other democratic principles such as accountability, respect for the rule of law, and human rights. Now, how do you assess the implementation of the human rights? Is it only through the rule of law, through accountability? How do we assess that? I strongly believe, program facilitator, that without us holding ethics as the highest standard as a country, we will not fully realize the promotion and the protection of human rights in our country. We must be honest that we've seen through several investigations, including the investigation into state capture, that those who perpetrate maladministration and corruption are able to beat the system. Now, if you wait for a breach of a law, we would keep on recycling maladministrators within state affairs as we see it being done. But we need to accept and uphold ethics as the highest standard. And therefore, when we look into issues of redressing, we have to look at the conduct and not necessarily at which law has been breached. As a rights-based approach to complaints handling, the public protector reflects on the essence that historically we are an ombudsman. We have to ensure that there is harmony between the government and its people, and in doing so, we need to ensure that we exercise our powers independently, impartially, without any fear or favor, because our best interest, it is the people, it is the people's rights which we seek to uphold, and further that whichever breach must be against the Constitution is what has happened and what ought to have happened in line with the Constitution, and how do you redress to ensure that the people are in the place wherein the Constitution had intended for them to be. Now, when dealing with a human rights-based approach means that everyone should know about their rights. Now, part of our work is also outreach programs, which ensures that we educate society. However, rights do not come without responsibility. We see in recent times of our democracy a lot of violent protests, which obviously come as a result of a frustration, but also as a breakdown of a relationship between the people and their government. Hence, part of our work really is to ensure that we are able to do investigation which result in accountability, but more importantly, in consequence management, in ensuring that government takes responsibilities for their actions and redress the maladministration that they would have done. Now, how do we move forward for the next 30 years? For me, program facilitator is to ensure that we further strengthen the institutions such as ours, not only in terms of resources, but also in terms of appointments. It is important that in every government position or state position, people with the necessary integrity and ethical conduct are appointed so that they are entrusted with what is enshrined in the Constitution to ensure that they promote and they protect the basic human rights, but also to instill public trust and to deal with issues of perceptions between the government and its people. legal challenges, including delays in courts. These are some of the challenges which actually frustrate the public. But also, if you look at the role of the legislature, the issues of the petitions, even before members of the public come to the public protector, they would have been frustrated by the delays in dealing with petitions, which are far more than 10 years in delay, and hence we see some of the violent protests. And if those would be dealt with, and oversight by the executive would be exercised in the manner that is envisaged by our constitution, there'll be more accountability coming from the executive arm of the state. The establishment of key relations with stakeholders, it is critical that those of us who fight against maladministration and corruption stand together in doing so. We have seen how organized those are who commit allegations of maladministration and even crime of corruption. But also it's for us to leverage in the fourth industrial revolution so that we ensure that the mechanisms from which we investigate are more speedily, we are more results driven, to ensure that we are even able to pick up a possible maladministration so that we do not come afterwards after the breach has taken place, or even to an extent of corruption. In conclusion, Program Director, allow me to further state that as envisaged in the Constitution, we need to assist one another, support one another, and work together, the executive arm, the legislature, as well as the judiciary, to make sure that we protect and promote human rights. Thank you.
So my question for you is, in the light of where we've come with the public protector, before you arrived, people felt that the public needed protection from the public protector. And now you're there, and I suppose my question to you is, do we need further legislative amendments to ensure that we never repeat the saga that we went through? Or is it just a question of appointing the right person?
I think it's a dual answer. Yes, there are legislative amendments that are required, and some of those we've actually proposed in the amendments, Minister of Justice, which we've submitted to the department in June last year, and we haven't had a response to date. But part of it is that the public protector and the deputy public protector have to take an oath of office. We know that many who take an oath of office breach it, but at least there must be some ethical standing or a standard to which they hold themselves. But the second one really is to create the difference between the public protector as the natural person and the public protector as the juristic person, which is the institution. And the reality is, as human beings, we are fallible. And we need to have a mechanism within which we can be controlled. But most definitely, it is the appointment of the right person. And the right person is a person of character, a person who understands the magnitude of the institution, but also the challenges and the historical background of the people of South Africa for which this institution had been established. This institution was mainly established for the poorest of the poor, those who do not have the money to access the courts. Therefore, the decisions that come out of this institution must be credible so that they can be implementable and they can be enforced, and that this institution can be trustworthy. And that requires a person of a standard. I will quote from the book of Tom Bingham, who say those who carry out the rule of law, it is their hands that must be clean, so that even that rule of law can be convincing and can attract public confidence. Thank you.
I'm told we've got time for 5 questions. I've got 1, 2, 3. Trying to see who else. Okay, 4. Why don't you come up and we'll take 5. Yes, and yourself. And please make them short.
Thank you very much, Judge, for facilitating this important session. I think I have a comment that is based on the first question that you asked. My name is Kifenza Mkari. I am from the OR.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you want to direct it to a particular person or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
it's a general
Anybody
question.
wants to direct it, would they let me know so I would know
Okay.
to ask her?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself.
Sorry, no, please,
because
yes, your name,
yeah,
yes.
because of time. My name is Kifenza Mkari. I am from the OR Tambo School of Leadership, and we're very privileged to be part of this important conference. So my question is based on the question that you asked earlier on, whether our macroeconomic policy is an enabler or is it inimical to what we're trying to achieve? And I want to respond to that in the negative, that I think it's a bit inimical. And part of the problem, taking also the presentation that was made earlier by the statistician general, I think we need to rethink about how we model our economics. And it would be very important, Minister Lamola, because I've seen that you've been part of all sessions, and we appreciate that part of what must come out of this conference is to interrogate whether our economic modeling processes are just in and of themselves. Because if we don't get that right, unfortunately we'll never achieve the economic rights. As we have seen here,
I got you.
we have been unable to allocate time properly, so there's been an injustice in terms of the conversations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next
Thank you.
person.
Hello.
I'll come, sorry, yes, why don't you?
Yes.
And I'll come to you. Yes, please.
I
Gentleman
am
in the white shirt,
Kutatso
yes.
Moloto, the founder and president of Voice Sit in Action. And I've been appreciating the discussions, the conversations, the presentations, and I feel like there's a gap that we need to fill. We come to the conference, we receive information, and we also need to be given an opportunity to share an idea that needs to actually be funded so that the next 30 years of upholding the promotion and the respect for human rights can actually happen. Otherwise, we will walk away not having developed solutions or not giving young people the power that they need to execute. We currently have our 3-meter t-shirt outside, and we are saying we want to sell 1 million Voice in Action t-shirts that will give us resources to create and to work closely with government to address some of these challenges. We are requesting support. If we get support, we'd be in a position to say that, all right, these are the challenges that were raised at this particular conference. Let's set up groups of young people who will then become the custodians, who will come and take the baton and continue and ensure that whatever that has been discussed, solutions are developed and we can actually ultimately implement these solutions. If we talk and we don't actually empower...
Can you wind up, because I've got others.
All right. If we talk but don't empower, we won't be able to make a difference. And I'm saying 30 years from now, I want to say, I was sitting in the conference and now I'm sitting in another conference and I'm going to hand over the baton to the next generation of young people who will then have to continue the work that we have done. But this won't happen unless we are supported. Please do support our initiatives so that we can all make a difference, so that we can see the South Africa that we want to see, so that we can see a developing, a sustainable community country for everyone, regardless of where you are. And I do believe that in the process, we can protect those who need it the most,
Pleasure.
women and children.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Next person.
My name is Dr. Musime Mutswane. I'm a Secretary General of SOSIC. My question is, for 30 years, in fact, is to all the panelists there. For 30 years, we have been receiving copies of the Constitution. I don't know anybody in my community who uses it. So today we have been given another copy. Can the department, Mr. Lamola, make a concerted effort to educate our people about the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution? Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's somebody right at the back. Yes,
Okay.
I'll take you.
Thank you very much, Program Facilitator. I have 2 issues for CRCLR. The first one, I'm happy in terms of your, your view in terms of this concern about distortion of cultural practices. You gave an example of Jezile and Ugutwala. And my worry there is that, civil society organizations and government departments even, they actually misunderstand that case to even interpret it to mean that Jezile said things like kidnapping, rape and trafficking, while it's, the case is clear to say that is not what the case is about. So my issue there is, to what extent as a commission do you educate civil society organizations as well as state entities so that they have a clear understanding of what this case is all about so that we do not distort cultural practices because they are permitted by the Constitution. So that is the first question. The second one relates to sign languages. We are all aware that last year we had the 18th Amendment of the Constitution, which recognized sign language as one of the South African official languages. So my question is, insofar as that is concerned, what are your plans to ensure that we actually promote and fast track the implementation of sign language as part of our linguistic communities for persons who use that language? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and then I'll take you as the last one. Sorry, it's time. Okay, you'll be the final one then. I can't carry on, yeah.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Begimpi Mkono, the chairperson of Sukumando Tasake and the president of the National Men's Forum in South Africa. Firstly, I would like to make a proposal that 30 years from now, access to economy should be all-inclusive. I'm meaning that it should not be only a focus to women, to girls, but also to boys, to young men, and also to men. Secondly, right to life should be something that is more important to all of us. Males are the majority at birth, but they die within 0 to 5 years. It's what the statistician said. I'm saying, Minister and also DG, help us to make sure that the Department of Health manages that, because it means that there is something that needs to be done which is not done through vaccination. That might happen that it kills boys. My questions to the Department of Justice, CGE, CRL, and also all of them. Death of boys, more especially in Eastern Cape through initiation schools. Who has been arrested for that? Because it's not only the death, but it's also the non-functioning of the manhood of boys. Many of them, if you count 300 that have died, you must know that many of them have reached a stage where their manhood is not working properly. Sorry. What has happened to that?
No, sorry, sorry, there are other people who want to ask questions. So
let me close. Let me close by saying protection orders. Are they doing exactly what they are supposed to do? Or are they depriving the children the equal access to both parents? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one question from there, yes. Well, you start. Carry on. We just have to end this at some point, so carry on.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Yes.
How are you, Judge?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good. I'm good, Judge. My name is Advocate Ngomane, Judge. I'm practicing as an advocate at the Johannesburg Society of Advocates, JSA. Judge, my question relates to what you posed to one of your panelists regarding the issue of gender. More particular to the minister, his DG, and also those who oversee the state attorney. My issue is simple as follows. The issue of briefing patterns. Judge, you will have heard that the issue of the briefing patterns from the state attorney is not consistent. How do we ensure that black female advocates are treated equally and on the same level as their male counterparts? Black female advocates are closing shops. They're closing their chambers because there's no will from the government to pay them. There was a question that was posed earlier regarding the issue of treasury. When are they paying council fees? Because treasury says 30 days. The state attorney is not taking calls, they're not coming to the party, and we are suffering as black female advocates at the bar. Judge, this is something that must be addressed because it was left unattended during the last session this afternoon regarding Treasury. I know there's no representative of Treasury here to say, how do you put a guideline and say council fees must be paid within 30 days, but government is not doing anything or overseeing it. Even the Solicitor General is doing nothing. So we want to know, as black female advocates, why is our government doing this to us and making us to get, to close shop or be chased out of chambers? Please, this matter must be addressed now. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Right. Can I don't know if anybody wants to ask. There are quite a couple of questions about gender, and there are a couple of questions about education in particular, but you really feel free to take whatever you want to.
The question directed to CRL are as follows. One has to do with the Ukutwala, the restoration of the practical cultural practice of Ukutwala. Its distinction with abduction, and that there are people going around to give a different interpretation of what that court outcome was. And what we are doing to try to educate the civil society as well as the state institutions. We have a unit called Public Community Education. And this unit is responsible for workshops, for conferences, for ensuring that they take the outcome of the decisions that we make as a CRL Rights Commission to communities. And our definition of this particular concept of Ukutwala has been very clear, because I indicated in my presentation that we're approached by the United Nations Task Team on Elimination of Discrimination against Women about what South Africa is doing about this matter, and have had also a meeting with the South African Internal Unit before a report from South Africa to the UN was made, to make sure that what is important is that if we are not careful, we will throw the baby with the bathwater, in that the concepts as they were used and how they then came to be interpreted and used today is quite different. And what we do is also to try and identify the harmful practices, both in culture and in religion, so that people know that in this culture, when we talk about this particular concept, its implication is this. So my view is that we have a very strong educational wing or unit that deals with the dissemination in terms of educating the public. And we've got what we call the newsletters as well that we produce, that we try to demonstrate in terms of the achievement, in terms of communicating with communities as well as the organs of state. We do also make reports, submit reports to the portfolio committee, which means government is informed about the outcome of our decisions and the far-reaching decisions that have to do with communities. The second issue has to do with the implementation of sign language. Remember that CRL is not an implementation agency. CRL is an oversight body. We give oversight to government institutions whose task it is to implement. I'm not so sure whether you understand what oversight is, most of you. Oversight means see, don't touch. So when you macromanage something, you are no longer doing an oversight. So departments have what they call language policies. And these language policies must be interpreted to mean that the official language, people must have access to information through their official languages. Now, from time to time, we convene meetings with all of these departments to have a dipstick in terms of how far they are interpreting and implementing their language policies in departments. So we have just held one, I think, last year, in which we were looking at all these official languages in terms of school, in terms of departments, in terms of communication, what they are doing. And we have found that some of them are making good progress while others are not. So the same goes for the sign language. Now that it is an official language, it must be implemented by each and every department of government in terms of communication to make sure that the sign language communities have access to communication and to whatever is required in terms of braille, in terms of whatever is necessary for this to happen. The last one has to do with the deaths of initiates. How many people have been arrested? Well, I cannot have the numbers now, but a number of people have been arrested as a result of this. But the challenge we have is that when an individual has been arrested and the parents of the young person or the young person whose private parts has been botched are required to give witness, they then withdraw the case in some instances. But the government is actually making all strides to make sure that each and every person who has convened an initiation school must make sure that children, young men who go there must be safe and that the circumcision or initiation school is in fact a place of safety for all of them. So we are trying all we can. We have had last year in March what we call initiation endeavor, where we call all the traditional leaders, they convene in this particular place to deal with the matters of initiation because they became a national emergency. Because each and every year, in some provinces, they've got two seasons, summer, winter, and summer. So in some of those provinces, there is a number of young people whose private parts are botched as a consequence of the summer. But majority of them also die. And we've got the huge numbers of young men who are dying. But some of the reports that come to us, they tend to say it is natural deaths. They don't apportion negligence, which is why some of the people are not arrested. But we're doing almost everything with the police, with the support of the law enforcement agencies to bring those people to book all of the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Program facilitator, I'll just deal with the issue of whether the protection orders are doing its intended purpose. As the public protector, we were actually approached by the Deputy Minister of Justice, John Jeffrey MP, subsequent to one of the victims of domestic violence who had passed on in the Western Cape area as a result of the protection order not being effected. And the investigation which we did into this matter was whether did the justice functionaries fail in their work or is there a problem with the system? We actually found that the functionaries had not failed in their work. However, there is a challenge in the system. Now, on the issue whether the protection order is preventing children or depriving them access to both parents, yes, the system does, but I do not agree that by keeping the father away, it is actually doing that. In actual event, the protection order is intended to ensure that the child has both their parents alive. The current state of affairs of the challenges within the system, but also the conduct in which those who perpetuate domestic violence, and unfortunately in the majority is men, is actually depriving children from having mothers. I believe that as a society, we need to look at what is intended by the Constitution, that we stand together as a people of South Africa, that we the people shall ensure that we respect one another's rights, and that includes the right to life. And if we would actually uphold that and not just look from the part that I am being deprived of that, we wouldn't have the challenge where there must be an enforcement of protection orders. In regards with the issue of the payment within 30 days, I know the question is not directed at me, but to the minister. There's a very serious challenge in government. As a result, we have taken up the investigation to look into the maladministration that is a resultant of the non-payment. And I really hope that the minister will look into that issue at the state attorney even before we proceed to the investigation there. Thank you.
I think we've come to an end. I want to firstly thank the panelists. It's really, listening to all of this, it struck me, and particularly today, what struck me so forcibly is if you talk about so many of the issues that we've been talking about, land, patriarchy, the fact that women already get the short straw, that children have all sorts of problems from malnutrition to violence and so on and so forth, that there's the land question, which always comes up. All of these seem to me to really hold around one fundamental proposition, which is what I put to you, Chris. It does seem to me that I really mean this, I don't think we've ever worked out what kind of economic policy is truly congruent with the Constitution. And I'm trying to write a book about this now because it's the thing that strikes me as the most important aspect for the future of human rights in South Africa. Get economic policy wrong, and all of the problems that we've been talking about today will be, in fact, greater in 30 years' time than they are now. But I would hope that you would agree with me that our panelists have been good sports and have basically given us a hell of a lot to think about. On your behalf, may I thank all of them.
Pipi, before you leave, my team is slow now. We have some small token of appreciation. Judge, you're the only facilitator. You are the only facilitator that I didn't interrupt whilst facilitating. Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you very much to the panel for the excellent job that has been done. Yeah, we can disclose what's in the bag. It's a copy, the 30th anniversary edition of the Constitution. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our program for today. We won't take the rapporteurs from the breakaways. We'll start tomorrow. Instead of 9 o'clock, we'll start at 8:45 with the rapporteurs. So I would like to apologize on behalf of the conference management for not having had time to take the rapporteurs. I think there are just a lot of issues that you yourself from the floor will have wanted to raise. You see the howlers have left the room, and you, the genuine and committed delegates, you remain here. I told you I'll be the last man standing, but at least you have taken away that from me. You are still here, and we appreciate that. So tomorrow, 8:45, we take the rapporteurs, and we'll then move to the next two sessions, the place of human rights in our foreign policy, and deal with the other issue as well relating to African human rights system and its impact on the domestic system. One of the things we're going to do at the end of the conference, we will do a book on the conference. So some of the speeches that were presented here will request that they convert them into papers. But we'll make an offer to you. I hope that comrade student is still there. We want to make an offer that some of you feel like you were not given an opportunity. We're giving you, going to announce an opportunity for you to respond to call for papers to be included in that book. So you start preparing yourself to prepare to write those chapters that then will go to the book that will capture the essence of the conference. We adjourn here and we'll see you tomorrow at exactly 8:45. Thank you very much.